Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Guild Tails Dungeons and Dragons. I am going to turn it over now to the one, the only, the most esteemed Cray for the recap.
All right. Where to begin? All right.
I'm kidding. Actually, it's going to Digi tonight.
Oh, okay.
I think he was ready to do it.
I think he was too. I was not expecting him to be ready.
Why did you gotta juke him like that?
I think he was going to do it. I just don't think he was going to do it well.
Probably
Oh,
not.
Come on.
That's my forte, is not doing things well.
Alright, so last time was seeing how Cray was spending the days. And it turns out there's more potential training to be had in the basic, non-aspected mana usage that is available to everyone despite all colors. And then shenanigans ensued once Element returned with Markov to recount their own tales of woe. Then everyone went, well, more Cray hitched a ride on in Elena to check on a mysterious explosion which seemed to be at its epicenter. Hootsifer, who seems very different now, bringing him back. He needs a lot of bed rest, but he refuses to stay in bed. Everyone went to check on Nim, but he was busy training, and everyone had a very nice, very filling meal, which was all charged to Hootsifer's family, somehow. Well, we'll not question it too much. However, Cray did barge into the kitchen while Nim was still undergoing his most intensive training, and so Ramsay billed him. Cray did not pay the bill, ate one last meal, and upon returning to the hideout, more shenanigans ensued in which Cray turned into a prime grade bull, which was summarily beaten down by Element, who was having a case of PTSD. And suddenly, there was a lot of Wagyu beef. Like, so much of it. As after Cray finally turned back and sat on Markov and kicked him.
Yeah,
Poor Markov.
it's fine.
He
Also,
hit me with the serrated hammer.
Seems that Hootsifer is now capable of having elementals around. And while he initially thought they were safe, then it sneezed in Markov's lab room, and everyone was doused in fire. How terribly unfortunate.
I just realized the song playing in the background is Friday Night Funk.
Yes.
So, shall we begin?
Yes.
Also, for the record, I am
We-
doing Stream Raiders Dungeons tonight, guys, so please help with that.
Ed, Craig, didn't you want to sell the meat that you
I already
got
did.
From you did? Okay, never
Yep.
mind.
The debt has been paid in Wagyu beef.
Wagyu
Now.
beef, that's what that was called.
Yes. Where is it? There it is. The hideout map. Graham, what might you have been? What might you have been doing during these 4 days?
Graham would have almost certainly been seeing if he could, with Pluto, seeing if he could train to basically gain extra bonus actions through the mana.
Why, yes, that was
Kind of
one of the.
like a haste.
Why, yes, that was one of the options. However, it seems that at the start of that day, Pluto isn't at the hideout.
Oh.
Yes. In fact, it seems that generally it's just Greta and Parker at the hideout.
Which are those two?
Oh,
I know who
and,
Greta is. Who's
and Eileen.
Parker?
Parker is the man in charred armor that generally seems to keep to himself.
The guy with all the eyeballs on the head?
No, that's Ren.
Huh. Okay.
Parker seems to have been with the Boros until recently, until Kalkasa had to smite him with a lot of fire.
So he got literally smited by Balkasa.
He did. We can
Interesting.
say it was likely a life-changing experience for him. We can, as it's nearly undoubtable that his life flashed before his eyes.
And that was recently?
Up until about 2 months ago.
Huh. Graham is curious why he got smited. Graham will ask that. But does he let Cray in on the horrible secret of the mana powers or not?
So why, that's up to you.
Graham is just super worried that a knowledge of it will influence one's ability to actually deal with it. So for now, he won't. He'll just go see what the hell's up with Parker since. They're like, hi.
I'll move your token. Hello. You're Pluto's disciple, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes. So I heard you ended up getting smited?
Not a pleasant memory, but that is correct.
If you don't mind, could I ask why?
Well, I was a bit zealous. I started off as an Azorius prosecutor. Only, I was very sure of myself, so to say, to the point where I fabricated evidence to ensure that those I assumed guilty were brought to sufficient justice. Only that was discovered, and I was expelled.
And that some of those people might not have been quite as guilty as you might have thought?
I didn't care to listen to the defense. I was very sure of myself.
I can only hope you have a different opinion about that now.
Well, I was with the Boros for a very long time afterwards, pursuing justice with all the zealotry that they usually employ. However, some didn't approve of my fervor in seeing all as guilty. And I suppose my superior officer had quite enough of me once I'd responded to complaining civilians with fire.
Well, just kinda just tap his chin and be like, what possessed you to think that was a good idea? That
I
the
am
punishment fit. What could they have possibly have done that would that would be a fitting punishment?
Well, they took issues with me. Well, at that point I'd considered myself the law.
Please,
The law itself.
please
As you
tell
can
me you no
imagine.
longer feel that way.
No, I do not.
That's good.
My name was once Dread.
Judge Dredd. Have you ever tried to make amends or go through some of those old cases and possibly right wrongs?
Sometimes I consider it. However, the day that Golkas's hammer fell upon me and quite everything was burned away from me, I decided to leave the past where it was and move on. I'm not the same person I was before, and lingering on the past won't solve much. I don't resent him, however.
Graham will be like, I feel like a little bit of lingering might be necessary, considering that you might have potentially that people you might have kind of fabricated evidence against could still be
Screwed over.
locked up, or having to experience some kind of terrible punishment.
Hardly hold any weight with the Azores anymore, as I've been kicked out, and now my record with the Boros is tarnished. My options are limited in those regards.
I think Volcasa could be reasonable about helping you with that.
Are you sure about that?
Graham didn't say he was going to be. Graham said he could be.
Fair.
But Graham is also pretty sure that this might be Parker's little hurdle to climb.
Quite all right. You needn't concern yourself with me. Even if I'm not happy, that doesn't automatically mean that I am sad.
See, I've noticed that a lot of you guys in the ensemble are a little, at best, misguided. None of you are really bad, at least anymore, but I think it would probably do you a lot of good in being a little bit less unhappy if... This is also assuming that you see the error of your old ways, of course. If you try to see about, at least, if nothing else, getting people who might be imprisoned out of prison and things of that nature, you know, undo the actual reversible things.
It's worth consideration, I suppose. However, there are some minor concerns that if I go back to the past, old habits might stir. So I am a touch hesitant to begin touching upon the past once more. After the flame, well, in all reality, was what cooled my passion as it basically tore the fur off.
Oh, maybe whenever you go or try to do this, maybe don't try to do it alone then if you're really that worried. Someone who you trust to be able to be like, you know what, you're going a little too far. Maybe reel it back.
Someone who can remain objective.
Yes. I know you probably can't right every wrong, and let's face it, trying to make amends to individuals will prove wildly difficult and possibly detrimental to you actually making, I guess, amends in the grand schemes of things.
That lines up with my previous thoughts, yes.
But that doesn't mean that you should ignore everything. Like I said, I'm sure there's or at least, you know, maybe like send an anonymous tip to the Azurius to like look into the cases that you fabricated evidence for. Let them sort it out at the very least.
Probably. Though I am under the impression they probably put my former cases under scrutiny. Then again, they might have let things lie.
Well, there's, like I said, it's not just necessarily the Azurius, it's also the Boros as well. I'm sure the Boros aren't nearly as studious to completely go over every single case you might have had, considering that you seem to be implying that you had a lot of them.
You're not incorrect. I was very zealous.
I could see the Azurius going over every detail of what you've done, but the Boros I just can't see.
No.
So maybe start there. Maybe an anonymous letter with some potential cases of yours they could look into to maybe start correcting these things. Because again, I'm sure there are some people who were actually guilty and that you just created extra fake evidence for this, but just give it a thought.
Hmm.
Also, where did everyone else go?
Oh. I believe they have... Let's see. Today... Ah, yes. Element went with Markov to check on his subordinates. Name is training in some fashion. And Cray is an enigma.
As usual.
However, he did come to me asking for more training.
Oh.
Indeed. More active uses of mana.
Ah, yes. I've been working on that a little bit as well.
So you have, making you eligible for these following steps, if you are so inclined.
Indeed, although I kind of know what I want to be able to do with it a little bit.
I see. Well then, if you'd care to allow me to demonstrate, one of these abilities may come very naturally to you, as a matter of fact.
Alright, let's see what you got.
Well, for starters, why don't you take a swing at me?
Hmm.
And
Y-
I'd recommend
you
having
want
your
it?
sensitivity up.
Ah, okay. Is this like an all-out kind of thing, or?
Swing however you please, but swing with intent.
Alrighty, right. And since he didn't specify, Graham will just, I guess, give a normal swing. He won't do the full on like channel divinity guided strike at him. Well, and that one. Graham goes to swing and he throws his sword into the wall.
Oof.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
Oh, sorry, there's some rubble left from Tanya's being Tanya. Brushes gravel and rocks aside. That basically tripped him up. Alright, once more.
Wow, that's not much better.
No, but it's good enough.
You have committed
Let's see.
crimes against Skyrim and her people. How plead you?
Guilty.
I mean, isn't that how it
Just
usually
check-
works
I
in
plead
Skyrim?
unlucky.
I thought it was you'll never take me alive, but yeah, guilty though.
My ancestors are smiling on me. Could you say the same?
I just remember so many times in Skyrim where it's like, all right, we're gonna have a duel, and a guard happened to come by, and I'm like, all right, let's do this duel. Why am I being arrested? I'm literally doing what the guy wanted me to.
It was rigged from the start.
The game was rigged from the start.
Spirit has given us a communal reroll.
Huzzah!
Yay.
Ooh. Ooh. We like those.
Very good.
Thank you, Spirit.
Graham swings.
Yep. And
Huzzah.
as you swing, something seems to like push him away. As if a pocket of mana had been created between you that forced him away from your attack.
Wow.
Interesting.
It's expensive and more of an emergency measure than anything else. But if you see death coming towards you and you have something to spare, it's very useful.
I can imagine so. Seems like something that might be worth learning. Although I was kind of thinking more along the lines of possibly moving faster.
Why, that is the other ability that that I had shown to Cray previously. He wasn't interested, but it might suit you.
Now, I'm not talking about like
Oh no.
necessarily running further.
No. It's getting a little extra action out of each go of yours. Observe. And he turns around, swings into the air, swings again, swings for a third time, and then you see Mana Sturgeon surge through him as he seems to have repeated his third action, his bonus action.
Ooh. Grandma like, yep. All right, teach me both of these.
Well, very well then.
And Graham shall now train with Parker for the 4 days.
Perfectly acceptable. I will ask for... What checks would I make for this training? Because it's not really a sense. I will ask for 4 attack rolls and 4 dexterity saves. As you kind of have to be fast to get the timing right on this.
Makes sense.
Hello, Nat 1.
I see you're haunting these sessions. Percy.
You know what? I'm gonna lucky rabbit foot that bitch.
Fair, as this is going over the course of several days, you have that ability.
I would like to save the community reroll for something that truly matters.
Like when we try to kill you?
Yes, exactly like that, actually.
Alright, I can accept a bad roll. I can't accept the nat 1.
Fair.
And the attack rolls.
Yes.
Very well.
Oh, I am so sad that wasn't a 16.
It would have been a nice set.
I think Graham did overall pretty well. One day he tripped on his big ass rabbit feet, but
Perfectly acceptable.
Acceptable!
Perfectly acceptable.
this is perfectly acceptable.
Yes.
Acceptable!
So I think
Alright,
with
that
that,
sounds
I
fair.
think that would pretty much cover what Graham would have been doing before the time skip.
Yep.
Give me a little thing to...
All right.
This is
And
There it is. Lemon grab. Oh, you.
Oh,
Lemon Grab wasn't Tom Kenny, was he?
I'm not sure.
I don't recall. Oh no, it's just enrollment.
So, what happens on day 4?
Well, Nim, you are released.
Freedom!
Nim, you're free.
You have
How's it
learned
feel?
well.
You are a
And-
master chef.
Nim is probably going to sleep for at least a while.
Yes.
Fair.
It was like, I've completed my mission. Goes comatose for a week.
Actually, I believe we left off with him actually having passed out on the floor in the kitchen.
Yes. Elena is in much a similar situation as you, like, sat down, leaning against something, and just, like, calling Greta to get them. Like, please. Please. I'm so sore. Silver has been unconscious. You're not sure when they went down, but they went down like a sack of potatoes.
Why not a sack of yams, Dusty?
Because I prefer potatoes.
Because potatoes are the superior vegetable.
Nutritionalists would disagree.
Blostein, while I appreciate that, I don't think even restoration is going to help him right now. But his wings and stuff aren't going to be affected. He is just tired.
Yep.
Very tired.
There are some things that a good night's sleep just cannot replace.
They are hauled to the beds and summarily dropped onto them. Even for a vampire, Elena looks pale.
Poor Elena.
4
Oh.
days. 4 days she was following after him, making sure he wasn't tearing his back open and healing him.
Well, I guess Nim already kind of gave his thank you whenever he donated like that 10,000 gold to of Mole Master gold to her for potentially getting her new body.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot that happened.
Wait, that happened? When did that happen?
A while ago.
I see.
When Nim was
In fact, I think it was the
Considering
last time I was
kind of-
actually here.
I think so. But yeah, right now Nim is just sleeping, but I need to step away for just a moment anyways, so
By all means.
Alright. I need to know the costs of the of mana abilities.
Oh, I've put them in your feats.
Nice. That mana burst is holy crap expensive.
Yes. Yes, it is.
So I didn't actually step away yet because Stream Raiders happened right when I was about to, but is that the one for the extra bonus action, basically?
No. That is
Ah.
that is for I see death coming towards me and I'd like to escape.
Oh, right. That makes sense. I know the one for the extra bonus action. You should be careful on that, Digi, because action economy is very much a thing.
Yes. So maybe I should make that a little more expensive.
Probably should
However,
also
it
be
is
thrown
limited
out
to
there.
1 per turn.
Yeah.
It also should be thrown out there. If this is a thing that really anyone with mana can have, it's probably something our enemies might also have.
Also, yes. Once you start fighting other enemies with real mana, yes.
I think Digi has tried very hard to imply that the reason why like sensing people with mana is important is because these people are fucking crazy assholes. And they have crazy asshole powers.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Like the sniper lady who killed an ally and nearly one-shot Volcasa. Volcasa!
Well, 3 shot him because she had the right prep, but thankfully he had the get up again at full health ability.
Yes.
I love that ability.
It's kind of what got him his commander position.
Makes sense.
You thought you killed me? Guess again, fuckheads. Guess again.
I feel like Volcasa may have had to use that a lot.
As a Boros, he gets into a lot of fights with a lot of people, very strong people that don't agree with the Boros. So yes,
Yes.
it's very probable. But also probably one of the reasons that he operates alone, because he was also like on fire after he resurrected.
I feel like he also has like 4 other abilities that we don't really know about either, so. Although I
Either,
feel like the come back to life one might have been his final one, considering just how fucking crazy powerful it is.
either that or that's one single ability that he pumped up like crazy, because I believe that's also a thing.
Also correct.
That is true.
There are so many options. I just wonder what kind of powers you people will seek out. I look forward to it eagerly, getting your ideas.
That's a wonderful idea.
Because at some point it's basically going to become an arms race, unless you get tactical abilities. There's probably even other anti-mana abilities. What'll
Oh,
you
no.
do? What'll you
Oh,
do?
oh no,
Graham
not
will
anti-mana.
Graham will probably try to pick up one of those eventually. Just be like, I don't like you. I would like you to stay fucking dead, evil person, or something like that. That Lich probably has a fucking mana ability. He's like, I cannot die unless you find this ant in another dimension.
Don't teach my hamster to suck eggs.
And in another dimension.
Well, I can't.
Yes.
I feel like you just gave a DG an idea.
I can't
Just
comment on
my
this
phylactery,
because
which is a grain of salt.
no,
I already
that's
assume
far
that this.
too small.
I already assume that this lich has a phylactery in an actual another plane of existence because he's not from this goddamn plane. And he's probably littered every plane he's gone to with phylacteries.
I'm fucking Voldemort.
Is there a limit to how many phylacteries a lich can have? I'm a little bit curious about that.
Even if they are, he'd just be like, Planeswalker, take this thing to another plane of existence because because there's like fucking no one who can travel between planes of existence. I will literally be immortal to anyone that's not a planeswalker.
You'll just have to like collect me afterwards if I do get destroyed. After I regenerate.
I can guarantee you, all of his phylacteries are definitely not in Ravnica. He'd be a moron of a lich if he was, and that would be sad because he's the second in command of the Seekers.
Yes. You're going to have a very hard time dealing with him. I'll say that much. Also, I agree. However, I don't know if that would be enough because there is also mental fatigue to take into consideration, Wostein.
Oh, you're talking about the influence. Okay.
Yes.
I feel Nim's brain might be slightly fried.
Everything had been pushed out. Every other conscious and subconscious thought, as it had all been replaced with King.
With
The
cake.
most masterful of cooking.
I want you to clear your mind. Clear your mind of anything that isn't fine dining. Fine dining and breathing.
Yes.
Name. What is my
I'm actually
name?
kind of curious if Nim knows how to set up like tables,
I'd imagine.
like fancy place settings.
No, Nim does not know those.
Aw.
Even now.
He cooked. He
Yeah.
didn't set the tables.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
He knows how to wait a table somewhat, but not actually set it up for fine dining and whatnot.
I have a question. Does Nim use pretentiously small serving sizes? You know that fancy restaurants use.
Very much no.
He eats to he cooks to feed people, not feed his ego.
Name is a good boy.
Because Graham would be like, "What?
I'm glad.
Oh, this tastes delicious. Now, can I get the second forkful, please?"
Ah. No, he does not do that restaurant thing. That highest end restaurant thing.
You're so. This food is so good that the only way you can afford this $50 plate is if we give you only a single serving of your fork.
Paid DLC, the eatery. If you would like the rest of your meal, we'd like installments of $5.99.
And there's no period between the 5 and the 9.
Nope.
It's $599 per spoonful.
What could you possibly be eating by that point? You were using your wallet as kindling. A romantic kindling. That date better be worth it. That date better
It also better be like the best food you've ever like eaten.
food that threatens to send you to the afterlife just from satisfaction. It's like, there's nothing left for me in this world any longer. I have sampled this. I do not wish for anything more. I do not wish for anything.
You guys are going quite a while with this back and forth.
Yes, pardon.
I'm just waiting for someone else to interrupt and do something.
Yes, as Nim is unconscious, and Graham's been training very hard. However, the rest of the party is back and has been made aware that Nim's back. However, he is unconscious. And so is Elena.
Hey, look, it's that bird boy. Not me, but that bird boy.
That bird boy. A very good bird boy there. He screams. He's
Why does he scream? You would scream too if you know what's good for you.
Elamin wants to pay Nim a visit, but he kind of knows that he can't really do anything when he comes to his injuries that Elena couldn't do. So he's just waiting for it to wake up.
looks like another day is going to pass.
Wonderful idea.
Unless anyone has anything that they would like to do.
Markov would like to sleep.
Sleep.
Sleep after Bull Cray.
Ray would like to plant a bomb under Markov's workbench.
That was technically yesterday, but
Oh, it was yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So why would you plant a bomb under my workbench?
To surprise you. To keep
To
you
serrate it.
guessing. Ah.
He had to test you. Test your worthiness.
Oh no, a
Abilities.
serrated bomb.
No. Is that just a frag grenade? Isn't it just or a nail or a nail grenade? Shrapnel grenade?
What even is a serrated bomb?
Well, you
I
see,
don't know.
it's a bomb that's just a bunch of blades.
I like the idea it's just serrated and it's just a normal bomb.
I mean, if it's
that's just a
if we're-
grenade.
if we're talking about serration, especially in the sense that we looked at Markov's hammer being serrated, it would look like the what is that called? The Mark II grenade, which is otherwise known as the pineapple.
Huh.
It's that grenade that comes to everyone's mind when they think of a grenade. Unless you think of that weird round one.
Weird round one. What grenade is that? I don't think I've ever seen a round grenade.
He means the one that's just actually just round. It's just a sphere with like a little like nub on
Otherwise-
top of it where the pin gets pulled.
Otherwise
Yeah.
known as the
It's the-
M67.
Yes.
I never seen
it's
one of
the-
those. Interesting.
It's the second grenade that people usually think of whenever they think of a grenade.
Fair enough.
But the first one is the Mark II grenade, aka the pineapple.
Pineapple.
That's
Yeah,
what it's
it's
called.
called-
I think
pineapple.
the best one is the one that was just like it basically it had a stick attached to it.
Ah, yes.
I think they also nicknamed that the potato masher or something like that.
Potato.
I wouldn't be
It's
surprised.
the M24 stick grenade.
With a name like that, I wouldn't have been surprised if they just called it Torch. Anyway, so no one's particularly got plans for this day then.
Nope.
I just do training.
More training.
Markov and Portal.
Markov builds the portal. You have successfully recovered the fire damage.
Yay.
Actually,
Now to get ready
Yeah?
for the radiant damage.
did Element?
Radiation what?
Actually, I can't recall. Did Element ever ask any of them in Samo to teach him the basis of mana?
I don't believe he did.
No, I think the only people who've actually done that were Cray and Graham.
Yes, that does seem to be the case.
Hmm. Well, in that case, I'm gonna pay a visit to Graham to ask for that. So I'm gonna pay a visit to Graham to ask for the one that he's training with to teach him the basics. Then
Ah. Parker.
yes.
Boy, a meeting between you two must be awkward, as he is a very, all things considered, a recently fired Boros.
Yes.
How does Alamin feel about this?
Honestly, isn't entirely sure how to feel about Parker. And he also I don't think Element is exactly aware that he faked evidence to indict people. As far as I don't remember that being mentioned to me. So as far as Element know, he was an overzealous Boros.
Over those, the point where Wakasa said, fuck you. Hit
Yes.
him with his hammer.
Yes.
Which is a lot for a Boros.
Yeah. So as far as he knows, Element just thinks he's somebody that went too far, but that has since calmed down somewhat.
Too
Because
far is a very difficult line to cross for a Boros.
Yeah, because according to Ukasa, he actually seems calmer nowadays.
Yeah. Even if
Getting
he's
smited will do that.
even if he seems to perpetually be wearing burnt armor.
I feel like he might have been fused to his armor.
Either that or he's just wearing it as a reminder. A lot of warriors do that.
Fair.
Who can say what lies under that suit?
He can. Let's pry it off of him.
If he's
Take it off. Take it off.
well, if he's human, I imagine he's permanently tan. If he's not human, I imagine there's a lot of charred fur underneath.
You may pry this armor off my cold corpse. You
He
may...
did say that he had fur, so there's that.
Yes, so there's probably a lot of charred fur underneath.
He probably doesn't resemble whatever animal he was before.
Probably not.
But yeah, Lemming is gonna approach Parker while he's in the middle of teaching Grant to ask him to teach him the basics as well, or rather teach him basics.
I seem to be rather popular today. Very well done.
Yeah, with a lot of shenanigans stuff going on, I haven't been able to start my training. So I decided that it's better I start now before it slips my mind again.
Fair enough. The basics it is then. Basics. Do you have any of your senses that are particularly good to you?
Actually, give me a moment. Okay, I was looking to see if my race had any of my senses enhanced, but it doesn't seem like it. Unless you count my tongue as one of my senses, because I have being a fox gives me natural deception deception proficiency. I don't think he's meaning one of the, I don't think he's meaning that. So I'm just gonna say no.
All right. So, what is more important, detecting others or concealing yourself?
Detecting others, I would say.
Such
I am
a
not.
paladin answer.
I am not very good at sneaking about.
Graham will be like, keep in mind that the sneaking about, regardless of whether you're good at it, is how you keep other people from knowing you have your mana ability as well.
That is true.
Very well then. Detection first. Now, which sense would you like to focus on then? How would you like to... Well, what do you believe would be best for perceiving others?
I would say either my ears or my nose.
Perfectly valid. Now, you came at a rather good point, actually. As we're still finishing our training, try to detect what's going on between us. No, pardon. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm not quite as good at this as the others. You're going to have to try to visualize your mana.
Visualize my mana.
Yes.
What
It exists in you, after all. Sort of like an additional layer over you. Inside of you.
Graham will add in, think of it this way. You gotta know what your mana feels like to kind of judge what other people's mana feels like.
Ah, I see. I have to know. I have to know myself before I can begin to perceive others.
Parker's going to nod and grab. Yes, that is a better way to put it.
Enemy is gonna close his eyes and try to, well, perceive his mana. I mean, trying to concentrate on what Graham told him. What kind of
Hey,
roll should I do for that?
Perception.
Hey, Markov,
Or
Yes.
insight.
Have you done your mana training yet?
I've done it once.
I'd like to
Recently.
keep Markov through the wall to training.
Would you like me
You-
to do some training?
You are forbidden from portals. You are forbidden from.
It would be good if you did some training.
Lie to him. Tell him that it'll help him build the portal.
It'll definitely help him build the portal.
Yeah.
It's not even a lie. Theoretically, it's not even. It's
Okay, Curry, who would you recommend me training my mana ability with?
You know, funnily enough, I just said with Element that I suck at stealth, but Element's stealth is actually a little bit better than his perception.
I think you also wear armor that gives you disadvantage on stealth checks, though.
Which that makes it even worse. For this situation, at least.
armor's
I know
almost
Graham has
consideration.
the same issue with his armor.
Yes.
Nim doesn't.
Congratulations to Nim.
Yay!
Don't teach my hamster to suck eggs.
Oh my.
Oh no, suck eggs.
Egg!
Ah, I see.
Don't teach my hamster to
Another
suck
one.
eggs.
Another
A lot of eggs to be sucked.
lot of eggs.
A lot of egg sucking hamsters.
Oof. Unlike that very intense gerbil. Isn't that right, Element?
Yes. Very intense Jabble. I still remember him.
His gaze bores into your soul. It's a tiny neurotic mouse.
I wonder what happened to them after the whole thing happened. The whole thing finished.
You could go back to check the site. Ground zero.
Maybe. Honestly, I might do that just because Elmi will probably want to make sure that the house has been burned down or has been investigated, whichever happened first.
Wow, you wanted to burn down someone's house, Element? Tisk tisk, shame on you.
The house was cursed.
That's what they all say.
I see.
Oh, it's cursed.
Well,
Oh, there was a deadly mind controlling fungus.
It
It's
wasn't
always
mind controlling.
something.
It wasn't mind controlling fungus. It was mind controlling teeth.
Go for the
Yeah, it
eyes,
was
Boo.
teeth.
Go for the eyes. Rusk!
You
oh my.
you were almost correct. But you could have never guessed what the right answer was. So I don't blame you.
I mean, I assume this conversation could be happening in character between Element and Graham. Like, you don't understand.
Yes.
I feel
Oh,
like
boy.
Grant would be more like, I don't care.
Is Markov going to training?
Yeah. I was gonna ask who you would recommend, but I have an idea on who to go do my training with.
It wouldn't matter who you do it with as long as you start doing it. Go do it with Graham.
Greta,
All right.
obviously. Greta.
All right, so he's clearly going to go do the training with Nim.
He's gonna throw Markov through this wall.
Oh, yeah!
Ah.
Nim is gonna be
I'll
asleep
have to
being like,
fix that.
first you... Since you're a man...
Well, first you need to program.
Anyways, go.
Yeah.
Go do thing.
Go do training.
Go do training.
Go and do training.
Go do-
Room.
My god. Oh my god.
I'm glad
Another
Cray is,
thing I will have to
helping
fix.
Graham like get everyone to start. Actually, no, I think Nim Nim also I think did mana training.
I don't recall.
I think he asked Eileen.
I think he started it. I don't know if he finished it. I do know that he
He-
started it because
He tried to start it, then things happened and he lost his mana ability, had to get new one, etc., etc.
Yeah,
Then the
yes.
surgery. So he started it, but his life's been absolutely bonkers, crazy, insane, and hasn't been able to finish it.
Correct.
the exciting things.
Markov,
Yeah.
you see what looks like Element carefully trying to watch as Parker and Graham seem to be trading dodges and swings.
Oh, Graham is definitely using that the extra bonuses actions, not to throw swings, but to like speed casts the smites.
Whoosh.
He's hand signing like a Naruto character.
Woo! This is a perfectly acceptable application of the bonus action.
I mean, there are somatic components to casting spells, which are basically hand, arm, those kinds of movements. So I would assume Graham's would mostly be hand would be done with his hand.
Yes. Yes, it would.
What are y'all
And
dodging?
oh,
Sorry.
Markov, so nice of you to join us. Have you slept?
I don't think so.
Well,
Why?
I
Why
guess
do you
that-
ask?
How do you function?
Markov just doesn't say anything. He just looks both ways and raises his hand, just going, I don't know.
How much coffee is in your system actively?
Like, what's blood?
Yeah. How much coffee you'd say? Probably enough to kill a. Probably enough to kill a cow.
What might happen if I cast a decaffeination spell on you?
Don't do that, God.
He just dies from the caffeine withdrawal.
Now, I might not possess such a spell, but I can't imagine that you're in a healthy state at the moment.
Also, the appropriate reaction for any it would be like, decaffeination spell. Well, it might kill me, but you know what? The science.
Science.
I would have multiple heart attacks if you do, so do not.
You are
At this
Very-
point, his body is so It needs it, man. Needs.
You need a true resurrection. Actively,
Kenny-
do you not? You need
Daddy
Just
needs
rest-
his juice.
just to restore yourself back to a semi-mortal state. Greta?
Don't touch me. Don't you dare. Don't
Touch.
you dare. Markov curls up in the corner.
Also,
and
I
just
feel like
starts
Greta is
screaming.
probably one of the few people in the ensemble not really qualified to teach anyone about mana. Then,
Probably not.
I feel like Greta probably knows it, but she knows it by instinct.
You're not wrong. Because you can't imagine that mana is very taught in the gruel.
Let alone to a sentient animal.
I mean, don't the group really appreciate sentient animals? If anything, those would be the ones that would be taught it if they were taught at all.
True.
Yeah, but no one teaches anyone anything. It's just you just are what you are.
Fair enough.
And if they can't teach other people about mana, then those people aren't sure as hell aren't teaching the animals about mana, who I feel would have again kind of an innate kind of instinct for it though.
Fair enough. You might be correct.
If I remember correctly, Greta used to be a sentient shark.
Yes.
Thanks to the sim.
No, she was a sentient shark before the Simic. The Simic just turned her into an endless black hole of a stomach.
We heard you like
Right
mouths, so
I'd
we
like
put
to
mouths
eat
on your
more.
mouths.
Simic, do you need additional mouths and maybe walking? And
And Greta said, "Man, if I could walk, I could get to all the food that's on the land. That's
I
like
could
so much
become a
food."
land shark.
she couldn't see any downsides with this.
Land
And she
shark.
still doesn't. And she's. This was purely beneficial.
I am land. I am land
Also-
shark. I can swim through water as if it were land.
Also, tits. That's a weird addition, but she doesn't think about it. Also,
You gave a shark tits?
What?
Shark teeth.
I mean, there's so much else to look at that most people
Moving
don't
on
tend to
from
notice.
this subject.
There's so much else that's wrong with her that is not something people notice.
Fair. Let's move away from the subject.
Yes. Greta is menacingly walking towards Markov with a mug of tea.
Is
Is it tea or is it basically
Caff-
just like
caffeine? Markov moves his hand towards it.
It's chamomile. It's chamomile.
I feel like she would have handed him like a mug of like, oh, what is it? Like blended meat.
Blended meat.
Like a meat smoothie.
Ugh.
Now, she might eat anything, but she is also a chef.
Okay, so much like Nim, she understands that, some things you just don't do. Not because you can't, but just because it's bad chefsmanship.
Yes. However, she does like pineapple pizza. She does.
Well, she's a monster, of course she does.
Oh, really? That's your thought on the matter, Eisen?
Oh, I see that I see that we've begun the Greta and Nim reconciliation arc.
Yes,
Maybe.
it seems we have.
Oh my.
The one thing they can agree on that forms the bridge of friendship: pineapple pizza.
Wonderful.
Markov, do you drink tea?
Markov does drink the tea and just goes caffeine.
And I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
For those that are new here, on the Discord, we have a large number of timeout channels, voice channels. And, you work your way through them. You go from the well to the lake to the pit of death to the stratosphere to the sun to the black hole, and then you're banned. Eisen has already earned his spot in the well for today.
Oh no.
Talking about that, though, he should have already been back. What?
Sorry,
how was that?
I believe we have to move him back ourselves.
No,
Oh.
he can move back on his own.
Oh. Is he aware?
Yeah, he's
I
been
hope so.
muted. He muted himself.
No, that is something that happens automatically.
Oh, okay.
It's because they're timeout places.
Oh, okay.
Though I did space out
Lazant
kind of hard for
Sangata
a second
says,
there.
well done.
What did Eisen get timed out for?
Not liking
Apple pizza.
pineapple pizza.
Not liking apple pizza?
Pineapple.
Pineapple.
Hello. He is
You
back.
like pineapple on pizza?
I
Reddit
do.
does.
Crickets.
Hello.
Depending on the sauce
Good to
and
have you
stuff,
back.
but I definitely don't want it with the red sauce.
No.
The red
But-
sauce? What is that?
Yeah,
Like
that's,
marinara,
that's why
whatever.
before you
Spirit
silenced me, I was gonna
underscore
say,
says, good
my actual opinion is that it could be done well. It just rarely ever is.
Those that do it with just plain red sauce, that is wrong. However, you give it a nice barbecue sauce, pair it with, ham. It is fantastic.
Oh, I gotta try that now, actually.
Most places that make Hawaiian pizza actually use barbecue sauce with it instead of the normal red sauce.
Sauce.
Oh, not by my experience. Papa John's, Domino's.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay.
It's a special
Pizza Hut.
request.
Ooh, Burb's a fan.
But there are a lot of places that do let you make your own custom pizza and give you like all their ingredients. So maybe I could do one of those and check out that pizza type. 'Cause that doesn't sound bad. I'm willing to try that.
My favorite is chicken Alfredo with spinach on top.
You guys are making me hungry.
Oh my god, what if this is the whole reason why? What if this is the reason why there is a war about pineapple pizzas? Because half of the people have gotten it with barbecue, and the other half have gotten it with red sauce. And the people with red sauce are justified.
Completely
yeah.
possible.
I think you might be right there. We might be on to settling the entire debate for all time.
Mm-hmm.
You people just need to try real Hawaiian pizza.
We've been getting this corporate bullshit.
We've
I mean,
cracked the
that's
code.
true of a lot of foods, though. Like, just about any food you can have, it really comes down to you're like, this is good or this is bad, comes down to if it was prepared correctly to begin with.
Well, yeah, no, that's definitely a thing, but when you adamantly hate a food, I'm going to assume you did not eat one. If you tell me you don't like a food and you've only ever eaten one, then yeah, you just got it prepared better. I don't even. Whenever I go to a restaurant, if I don't enjoy the restaurant, I go there again just to make sure the cook didn't have an off day.
Oh yeah, that's the usual.
That's a wonderful idea.
Like if I go to a
I
restaurant
agree with
twice and
that.
if I go to a restaurant twice and the food is bad both times, it is a bad restaurant.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people though. It's like I really used to love this thing, and then I had one bad experience with it, so I never ate it again, and I treat it like I hated it. I'm like, the hell is wrong with you?
Fool.
Okay, so do y'all have Applebee's where you live?
I do, yes.
Have you ever gotten food poisoning from there? Because there's been the Applebee's at mine. I've gotten food poisoning twice.
I have not.
Oh,
Ah.
I like the ribs from there.
That's where I got food poisoning from twice.
I've only
Yeah,
eaten at,
really?
Fucking ribs.
only eaten at I've only eaten at Applebee's once. I didn't get food poisoning, but I didn't like it going to Applebee's.
Well, it looks like your Applebee's just has a dumbass cook.
Chef? Yeah. Maybe. Could try it again sometime.
I liked their wings. Like I would honestly eat there quite a bit, and then got the food poisoning once. Tried to give it another try. Still good. Then I tried the ribs again, and then I got food poisoning from that.
Aww.
So I'm not sure if it's just the ribs or because everything else is fantastic.
The ribs taste good.
Very.
Yeah, I honestly think you just kept getting underdone ribs by this one guy for some reason.
That's tragic.
Anyways, between training, Graham will check up on
Oh, that's right.
Elena.
Markov,
Oh yeah, Constitution.
you, as you sip the tea, something happens as you feel something like being pushed out of your body. It's like this coffee smelling cloud steeps from your scales.
Congratulations, you have turned into coffee slime.
My coffee.
You're now coffee ooze.
This was a special tea that has purified you of foreign substances, and the
detoxing
caffeine
tea.
was one.
LME looks at this coffee cloud that's being created right in front of him. Oh my lord. Mark, how much coffee do you drink?
I don't know. How much slices of bread have you?
Do you need to sleep again?
On that note, make me a second one.
Okay.
On that note.
Well, that kind of.
Oh boy. He's like, how many slices of bread have you eaten? Do you need to sleep? Well, slam!
Your soul has been purified of coffee.
Greta nudges Markov on the floor. It's like, yep, I've seen this before. Checks for pulse. Nuts.
Oh, rude.
You know what? Actually, knowing that Greta is a chef, and especially considering her position on hungry people, Graham is probably would have asked her at some point if she basically like runs like a soup kitchen. And if her answer's no, he's gonna just be like, really? With everything you've told me and the things you've done?
They want me here, is the thing. Because I kind of made a mess before.
Makes sense.
Yes, but I'm talking about like, how often did you do that before?
Oh, not very. I just give
Really?
restaurants dirty looks and maybe throw things at them. But
Graham is
I
gonna.
used to.
Graham is gonna be like, How tall is Greta?
She's like 9.
Grandma's gonna like motion for her to like lean down closer to him. Does she do it?
Yes, she does.
He's gonna slap her. Be like, the hell is wrong with you? You've killed people over over this, and you don't do anything actively yourself to do anything about it.
She then just like gestures to herself and said like, "People don't take what I offer. People."
Like, I've seen weirder things in Ravnica than you. Don't get me wrong, you're up there, but there are weirder and far more dangerous things. Look at Nim Nizzet. You think anyone was like, oh, you know what? I bet this giant ass dragon is a really smart fella. Let's put him in charge of all the science and magic of Ravnica.
They didn't need to put him in charge. He kind of just walked in and said, "I'm in charge now," and everyone was like, "Okay."
He's the captain.
Have you eaten?
Sometimes, Greta, it takes work.
I know it takes work, but then I joined this group and they want me in the base because I get carried away with things.
Alright, I'll give you a pass on this. But after all this shit is over, assuming that we survive,
Of course, we're going to survive.
I'm going to expect to see some kind of Greta soup kitchen.
Okay.
And if not, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna slap you again.
You know,
Even
Nim,
if I'm dead.
Nim might be able to help you with something like that.
I've been thinking about talking with him.
That's also another good point. You think Nim didn't have difficulties like being a chef and being an actual four-legged wolf?
No, I have different problems with restaurants.
I'm talking about
intimidate
you.
everyone.
I'm talking about you making food for people who are hungry, not restaurants.
No,
Hungry.
my problem is with there's so much food in Ravnica. Why are still people being hungry? And then restaurants being so fucking expensive.
Well, I've already explained that to you a little bit, and also you can't be like I'm upset about all the starving people in Ravnica and then never do anything about it. That's called hypocrisy.
He's right, you know.
That's as bad as what the restaurants are. You perceive the restaurants to be doing. Just because you don't waste any food, you're still not helping any of the starving people. But you're also eating what enough food to feed like 20 people. I realize it's not really quite your fault, but you understand what I'm getting at, right? Graham will pat Greta on the knee because that's probably about all the taller he is. Not literally, but
That sounds adorable.
Small rabbit and giant shark. I could try it again.
Small rabbit and giant shark sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Very much so.
Behold,
Graham will
as I
just be
play
like,
plot of green, which lets me draw 2 additional cards.
I said, Greta, it's just something to keep in mind. Just all these things we've talked about.
All of them.
All right, but if you slap me again, I'm returning it in kind. Open mouth.
An
That's-
open mouth
That's
slap.
not a slap, and if that's what I'm getting next time I'm slapping you, then it's not gonna be with my with my soft fuzzy ass paw.
I assume Greta just holds up her hand and there's a mouth on her hand.
Yeah, no, there's a mouth on her hand. There's a mouth.
Anyways, Graham will check on Elena and see if she's okay after her time with Nim.
She seems to be doing like small flexes in the bed, like trying to keep herself from becoming completely rigid. Fuck this.
You gonna be okay there?
Yeah, eventually. Now, I don't normally do a lot of sleeping, but I do have rest periods.
Fair.
Muscles that are overworked and then suddenly come to a complete stop tend to enter a rigid state. So I've got to try to prevent that from happening. So I'll need outside intervention and to be kneaded back into a walking state.
Well, you just rest and recover. You did good.
Well,
And you put in a lot of hard work. You've earned it.
thank you.
And hopefully Nim will be down just as long as you are, so.
Is that a good thing?
As Nim is already
Thank you.
getting up.
There you go. It was his mental fatigue that is keeping him down because he was fed potions of vitality. He was.
Isn't that just called coffee?
No, it's called more expensive coffee.
It's called drugs.
So it's an espresso shot. I understand now.
It's a cup of espresso shots.
Oh my. I love the craziness of this party sometimes.
Same.
It's quite fantastic.
Oh, with that, I guess Graham will go back to training because he's doesn't really plan on stopping till he's mastered these techniques.
Parker seems a little confused as he looks over to Marco like, what the fuck did she do? Is he alive? Is he alive?
Well,
Graham will hang on. Does Graham have medical knowledge?
Theoretically, anyone could
I
roll
mean-
medicine on him.
Do you have proficiency in the medicine skill?
No.
Then it's spotty at best.
Let's
Well,
see, do I have medicine?
Graham feels a pulse. He's alive. He may not be what he. I don't know if he's living well, but he is alive.
Gentlemen, would you like to do anything?
I mean, what
By the
happened with my
way,
perception?
We
Huh?
do have multiple influences from Woestein.
Yes. Oh, actually, one of those may come into effect very soon. Markov,
Uh-oh.
high or low?
Hi.
You should have gone low.
Markov, you wake up! as
I
Greta,
should have gone low.
as Greta as Greta was like just reaching down towards you, like about to like lift you up by one of your legs, like, oh, like.
I live again.
Ow. How are
Shoot
you?
it.
How'd you wake up that fast?
Wait, how long was I supposed to be knocked out? Also, I've been
all
knocked
your
out numerous times. I'll
all
have
your
you know.
all your caffeine is gone. There shouldn't be anything left to run on.
Wait, is she saying that she knew that was going to happen?
American runs. I'm done.
What kind of goddamn chamomile tea is this? Shark peddling?
I don't know. You should give it a
Poison.
try.
Detoxification chamomile. And no, that's the grandma. The one I heard the stories about.
Oh, okay. So she's the one. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Wait, she's here? Are we
No.
babysitting her again?
No. No, she is not here. But Greta was informed of the stories from Elena. Like, wow, I didn't know you could cook like that. I really want to cook like that. And Elena said, no, do not. I'd rather we not have people have almost heart attacks only to suddenly feel, because the initial shock of heart attack will still be present. Even if it's technically beneficial by the end of it.
Yeah, it seems like a not super awesome thing to have happen to someone.
To which Greta is not pleased by this cowardice. But could not really object very much, as she does not have the recipes.
Grant would be like, "Did you try it? Have you experienced the momentary death before?"
Momentary death.
Sure, I nearly bit it a few times before. Some bad eats in the city. Some bad eats.
I honestly would have thought you would have been immune to pretty much anything that food could throw at you.
I ain't immune to too much grease. But by that I mean like pounds of it. Pounds and pounds of it. I didn't know better at the time. I didn't.
I
know
see.
now. She says she gently starts to set Markov down, pondering how he just seemed like surged back to life.
Anyways, Markov, welcome to the basics.
Okay.
Greta slinks back to the kitchens, not dragging him away.
Thanks, Greta, for not dragging me.
Parker's just glancing around like, I didn't really have anything to do with the situation. I'm just a spectator, really. I'm just a spectator. So, what were... yes, the basics. Markov,
Yes.
is there any of your senses that you feel are particularly keen?
Senses that I'm keen in?
Yes. What have you found to be particularly reliable?
My Arcana.
Senses, Markov.
Oh, senses. My sight
Like-
or seeing?
Yes, those, for instance.
I think I'm pretty keen on that. I think so, at
Anyone
least.
in particular? Does one stand out more than the others?
I'm beginning to feel like we should maybe do, like maybe he should do touch, because I'm about to slap him.
I was just saying, like, seeing. Or perception, or...
Yes.
I think I'm good at that.
Very well then. Your sight then. Do you know what your mana feels like?
I don't recall it ever giving me, like, a little tingling feeling.
I'm going to need you to focus on it for a time being. Summon
Okay.
it and have it ready to use, but then don't.
Don't look
Feel
back
it.
in time.
You-
Okay.
Is that what you do?
Mm-hmm.
Remarkable.
I don't go back in time. I just look at things that happened.
That's remarkable regardless. You could witness all of history theoretically.
Well, I would think there would be a limit to it.
I mean, I imagine, but I'm not privy to your information.
You
That's
also
fair.
see it only like at in 10-second intervals.
His second ability has strengthened, inversely
Ah.
strengthens the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Good.
what is his second ability?
I just increased mine. That's all I
Okay.
did is I just increased it.
Fair.
The more he knows about it, the more he knows about a target, the easier he can follow them backwards
Mm-hmm.
and view for longer.
I would
easier.
have to have like an exact date or more knowledge on the person,
Interesting.
right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
I believe I also wrote it down for you, didn't I?
You did.
All right. So then, try to hold it. Feel it. Feel how it's different than your other feelings.
Okay. Do I need to be sitting, standing?
It doesn't really matter. Whatever is comfortable for you.
All right. Markov's just gonna put his hand on his chin and think about his mana ability and
Make think.
proceed to use it.
Tonk.
Hmm.
Now roll me an Arcana check. As your mana is a little different as your.
That's fine.
Interesting.
You do feel it. It's ready to go anytime. But
Oh, hello.
It's more like something inside you, like, suddenly just gets brighter. Like, it's like a flashlight. Like, not turned on, but, like, made brighter.
Interesting.
So someone turned up the dimmer switch.
Alright. Do you think you can focus on that feeling?
I can, but it's bright. Like,
Right?
why is it bright?
I see. Bright, you say? Not heard that one. I'm going to need you to try to focus it around you. Focus it across you, so to say.
And I will.
And he turns into the human flashbang.
Fuck!
All right.
Parker has been blinded.
I proceed to look across the light. Or
Go
attempt to at
into
least.
the light.
I was just about to make that joke too. God damn it.
Go into the light, Markov. Go
Go
into the light.
Go into it, you say. Well, I don't see anything wrong with, and then he just falls.
As you look into the light, you wake up in an icy desert with distance.
Oh wait, seriously? Oh
No. I mean, if you want to suddenly start going down a Lovecraft path, I don't.
no, I'm good.
It's a little finicky. You can bend the light a little bit, but it's less light-like than you'd initially suspected.
Oh.
It's actually glow in the dark goo.
You. That's science, my friends. That's an undefined chemical, or at least chemical reaction. It's malleable, but seems to like try to return to its original state.
Okay.
Parker seems to be observing you. This isn't quite as easy as it is for the others. Could you... Well, you say it's like a light, yes?
Yes.
What does it light up?
What does it light up?
Yes. What do you see with it? What's different as it's shining?
Markov's just gonna go try and touch the light. Not
Rank up.
Oh.
Hold the line. This hamlet shall
What timing?
not fall.
What people?
more people.
Star P, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Yes, roll for initiative. It seems we're being attacked.
Roll.
Uh-oh.
Are you all ready for
Serrated hammer,
combat?
go.
Oh, okay. But yes, thank you all so much for coming on by. I am Razim. We do variety gaming here on the channel. Things like D&D here that we're doing right now. We also have some Pathfinder game, well, one Pathfinder game right now, as well as World of Darkness, Exalted. We also do other games as well here on the channel, such as Stellaris, 2 Point Hospital, Terraria, Sea of Thieves. We've also... I'm planning to bring back RimWorld here soon. So all sorts of stuff that you guys can check out here on the channel. Again, Starpy, thank you so much for that raid. I hope it went well or your stream went well for you. Don't forget, everybody, to hit that follow button here and join us for other games. And for everybody that's already here, go share the love and give Starpy a look as well. I'm going to be in the chat now, but I wanted to thank you on voice.
Excellent. Anyway, so do you have any thoughts while you're touching the light?
How bright it is.
You're thinking about how bright it is.
Yes.
All right, let me check something. Interesting. All right. High or low?
Ooh, let's go low this time.
All right. It is very bright. Very, very bright. And briefly, you are blinded
Oh god.
until you blink a few times. You don't see the light anymore.
Huh.
No, but everything is brighter than it used to be.
Oh, much bright.
Was there anything different about like where the light was, like in the middle of where the light was casting, other than it just being really bright around now?
It seemed more centralized on your chest. Now you can't really see anything
Oh.
that's not quite the same brightness.
Okay.
Everything seems equally illuminated as you turn to look at it.
Now everyone's still in the same room with me, right? As I'm seeing all of this, or is
Yes.
this okay?
Except for Cray in the corner. That's new. You can see him.
Oh, I can see Cray.
Yes, he's over there. He's over there.
Cray, look at my shiny armor.
What?
Look at my shiny armor. It's shiny now.
Okay.
It's funny because he can't see the shine.
Mercury's just... He's got his arms crossed and he seems to be looking at Markov like... Huh.
Parker, is my
Interest-
arm? Am I supposed to be all shiny?
You're not shiny. I don't know what you did, but your light is now in your eyes, and it's just like a beam of some sort.
Oh,
Your eyes
no.
have turned into a flashlight. Congratulations.
Oh, look, it's Cyclops.
I've seen everything. Everything must
Granted.
be exterminated.
Granted, not like visibly, but definitely in a mana sense, you are a walking spotlight. I can't help but detect you right now.
Oh,
You are so exceptionally noticeable that I'm quite baffled. However, you've taken to this very easily. You can probably see most everything with those eyes.
huh.
Eyes.
I have special eyes.
You have
My brand.
you have searchlights for eyes.
Huh.
I do not think stealth is possible unless you can turn that off.
Huh. I don't think I know how to turn this off.
Oh dear.
That is not good.
Wait, hold on. I gotta do this. Element, look into my eyes. And he grabs Element's shoulders and just looks into his eyes.
Element looks.
Element is now blinded.
Element looks at Markov's eyes. Then what does he see?
The element sees Markov's eyes because the mana sense he was trying to send.
Sorry, what was that last word?
It just ended.
Sent. He was training his nose, was he not? However, being so close, Element can smell something that smells like almost burning. It's almost a smoke, but it's like a blanket that has been near a fireplace for way too long.
Graham probably just hears like nails on a chalkboard.
Element makes a weirded out face as he's wondering what the heck his nose is smelling.
Graham hears like the high pitched sounds of electricity running from some ambient direction, but it's from Markov's direction.
Lovely.
Do you know the sound of just like when you hear something on something electric and there's that high, almost indistinguishable
Oh, yeah,
electricity
no,
sound?
Yeah,
Then
no.
yes, that. Only it is very evident.
Yeah. Element wiggles his nose as he comments. Is there something burning nearby?
Wow.
Is there something wrong with Markov?
Let's see. I suppose everyone's mana is different. I just didn't think he'd take to it quite so potently. He's a natural at, or at least his mana is very adept at
I think we're getting a call.
things.
Or someone's getting a call.
Or it's a Marten video.
Whose Marten is ringing?
It's just a Marten video.
Oh, okay.
That got me.
It did. It sounded so similar to the usual Marten phone call ring.
Yes.
Here's the regular one.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Fair
they're
enough.
both still Martin's purring, but...
Marten purrs. Purr, chitter, chitter.
Excellent.
They're like cats where they can't hear it themselves.
I have no idea.
Anyway. How do we fix this? Alright, Markov, I'm going to need you to try to focus on your mana again.
Okay. Markov goes back to his thinking pose.
Parker tries to find the off switch.
He does. No changes this time, though, Markov.
Oh.
Oh no. Everyone and their grandmother's going to know you have mana power.
Oh boy.
Including all the bad guys we don't know about yet.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Alright, how about this? Try using your mana ability.
Try looking back in time or using whatever this is as Markov blinks.
The other one. Perhaps if we divert power away from this
Okay.
might get interrupted.
Okay. Markov's gonna look back a minute ago. Or he's gonna use his mana lens.
You see yourself
Oh, hi, me.
and looking into Element's eyes as his nose wrinkles, Ram covers his ears.
Ah,
Graham is gonna. What happens when Graham stops trying to sense mana? Does Graham still sense it?
Less, but yes.
Oh, that's not great.
Like, just like this annoying tingle along your ears. And Markov, you're back.
Oh, hi. Oh.
Things aren't as bright as they were before, though. And Element and Graham, those annoying, that bad smell and that annoying buzz leave.
Thank goodness.
It seems it was coming from Markov and it's back to normal.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Parker
The
just
thing-
like puts his hands together and say like, "All right, Markov, you're going to need special practice."
Hey, step away for a second, I'll be back.
All right.
Graham will be like, yeah, no, even whenever I stopped trying to sense mana, it was still like a screeching in my ears.
Oof. You see. All right. So Markov, yours is peculiar, to say the least.
Okay.
Markov is peculiar in and of himself.
I might have to defer you to a better teacher than me.
Oh. It was fun learning with you for a little while.
Oh no, we'll definitely continue and see if there's other issues I need to report.
I think what he's saying is that he can't help fix some of your problems, and you need someone who knows more of it, like a little bit more advanced things than the basics.
Makes sense.
Probably, if I had to guess, Pluto, Zevran, or Eileen, as they seem to be probably the most skilled when it comes to this mana stuff.
Very much
Just-
so.
Zevran, I think, is probably mostly experience, and the other two are because, they're actually, scholarly about these kinds of things.
Okay.
So
So
next we'll try touching on repressing it. Here will be put rather than, and he looks over to Element, rather than coating ourselves in it like an extra layer of skin, we'll be pushing it down.
Graham is gonna
I
be like,
get it.
We'll be
if Markov tries to do that, is that going to how to say this? Cause him to explode or something?
no.
I don't want to
Well,
explode.
no. It's just like, he's saying no, but he's not saying it
He's not
because
saying it
Markov is
confidently.
strange.
He's not saying it with confidence.
He's like, no, that can't happen. But
Wait,
he's
can
kind
it?
of strange. Maybe it could. No, it couldn't.
Certainly not. No. Well, no, can't be. Well, no, that would be ridiculous.
I am very concerned right now.
Perhaps take maybe a little step away from him. Just in case.
And we'll do that.
And
Good luck,
Element.
Markov.
Thanks.
Yeah, let me take a step away.
Graham waves
Alright.
at Cray.
Alright, that should be safe. Now, let's try pushing it down and keeping it under the skin. We'll make that the baseline.
Under the skin.
Don't let any leave you.
Don't let a what?
Don't let any of your mana leave you.
Okay. Keep it all in.
Alright. Element, I'm going to need a flat stealth check.
What do you mean by flat?
Not disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
Markov, I'm going to need an Arcana check from you.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Why do I? Oh,
Why don't you just toggle advantage? That should cancel your disadvantage. There you go.
funnily enough, I got a 20 in that other one.
Yes, you did. But this is quite solid as well, as it takes some doing, but you can swipe away some of your presence. You've never felt so unnoticeable.
This feels weird.
And Markov, you too feel peculiar. Very peculiar. Because it's like someone stuck a water balloon over the faucet of your out. Your mind seems to start racing all of a sudden, but your body is fine.
Oh.
Yes. Suddenly thoughts are building in your head and almost like ricocheting around inside your skull. It's like, they want to leave, they want out, and they are suddenly very numerous.
Oh, stay.
Heal, stay.
Stop touching me!
Sound effects. Someone redeemed it, I think.
No, I'm working on a couple things in the background right now.
Aha.
So there might be some random sound effects going on.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep them to a minimum.
Well then. Physically, you are very stealthy. Mentally, chaos. And then Parker's going to nod. You can undo it now, if you please.
Undo it? Okay.
Just let it out. Just
Markov exhales.
I'll teach your grandmother to suck eggs.
That's a new one.
Oh, very much so.
Could we cease the incessant noise? 'Tis such a pain behind the eyes.
As your mind calms down just as quickly as it's being amplified.
I am become death, destroyer of worlds.
I just had to play that one.
Fair.
That one's definitely being added as a redeemable.
A new subscriber arrives. It
Hey,
fills you with determination.
Hey, that's a fun sound.
That's a very fun sound. Thank you for the subscription. Or resub.
Yeah. Lock it.
Yes.
You mean
Your
Marvel?
light. Yes, Markov.
Oh, good,
You
I got
feel
what
the
you
light in your chest. It seems to be shining brighter and then normal. And then brighter and then normal. And then it stops doing that.
Oh,
Are you quite alright?
weird. I think I'm alright. It's a lot different than the coffee feeling.
Is that bad?
I don't think so. It's weird. Well, really care for
Well,
it.
Well,
Nothing
at least
coffee can't fix.
you're still going for that?
Markov, I think we need you to put I think we need to put you on an intervention.
Smiles, everyone, smiles.
This is like some great fantasy.
These are from
Yeah.
XR, by the way, from Baldur's Gate. It's fantastic. He
I
is
see.
a great character. Chaotic evil. And absolutely insane necromancer.
Wonderful.
I haven't played Baldur's Gate.
Oh,
Why
it's
is that
great.
so perfectly fitting?
I watch Maria play it once in a while.
We also have a community reroll.
Ah, delightful. So, how do you two feel?
I feel I guess you would call it less noticeable, but not entirely sure how to describe that. It's weird.
And Markov, did anything happen as you repressed it?
Yes, my mind was racing like a lot. Like a lot.
Also peculiar. I don't know what to make of that. That's not supposed to happen. For any reason. However,
think
it does seem that your mana is tied to your mentality.
My man ability is tied to my mentality.
Yes.
that's a
At least that's my initial
That's
guess.
not safe.
that's concerning.
That's not safe at all.
What do you mean that's not safe?
Have you seen my hammer?
It's peculiar. But what about it?
Have you seen my house?
No.
Or I guess you haven't seen it lately. Or I guess you haven't seen it at all.
Oh. My name is Parker. I believe this is our first interaction.
Eee. Hot, they're hot, hot, hot. But thank you. Girlfriend got me tacos.
Oh, delightful.
Why do I feel that that's something that Marco would say
I
randomly?
want tacos. Cookie, if you haven't placed the order yet, I want taco.
We are all
Oh.
heroes. You and Boo and I. Hamsters and rangers everywhere. Rejoice!
I was slightly too late. But thank you so much for that, Cookie.
So who has fed the Screamer? Or rather, what have they?
Oh no, you're good, Cookie. I'm very happy with this.
Very happy.
Might be. Oh crap.
Oh, what happened?
I broke a thing.
Uh-oh.
One
No,
moment.
no.
Luckily, the recording's still going, so that's not interrupted, but,
Yes.
What got interrupted?
the stream itself.
Oh god.
Oh, no.
I really need to stop trying to work on the stream loot stuff while streaming. I was hoping it would be fine. Would somebody let everybody know that it's not their internet for me, please, while I get this fixed?
Alright.
I was sitting here trying to, get stuff done, and, yeah.
What happened? Did it just like straight up bug out, or did
Yeah.
it just close? Oh.
It just, there was an error with the encoding for some reason. I was trying to
Kitty,
set
this
up
is
new
my
stuff for
taco.
stream loots.
Basically, the equivalent of like, hey, I've alt-tabbed out of my game, I've come back in, and now it's just like,
Kind of, yes.
Rabid. Absolutely rabid.
They know exactly what I broke. Oh no, they're on to me.
Oh
We're on to you now.
The facade is broken.
Hey there, Wolfstein. What are you doing here?
Would somebody
Because
let
he's not
them know in the
streaming.
chat, please? My computer is not responding for me to do so at the moment.
Digi said he was gonna.
Yeah.
I thought it was fine. Then it wasn't. But now I'm trying to quickly fix it. And it is not cooperating.
Pat pat.
This is a weird taco. The first
Oh
one
no.
Was, the first one was really good. This
What
one
makes a taco weird?
It has chicken and beef.
How does that? How does
Zim,
that make a
talking
taco
about
weird?
tax evasion?
I don't know. I just wouldn't. I would never throw chicken and beef in a taco.
I can think of. I don't understand.
On the plus side, like I said, the recording is still going, so at least the YouTube video is not going to be messed up.
Okay, so don't say anything weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Got it. All right.
Just gotta cut out this little intermission.
Put at the end credits.
Ah, that's a bonus feature.
Yeah. Put on your Patreon. Bonus feature.
I mean, it's just going to be uploaded as part of the entire stream. I'm not editing the video. What do you think I have? Time?
That's fair.
Okay.
slap it on as is.
I think
Dude,
we're
back up.
working again.
Yay!
Oh boy.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Okay, I think we're working again. I am live Pokemon community game. On the plus side, for those that missed it, the recording was still going, so you can watch what you might have missed, which wasn't really much, on YouTube later. But, you know.
All things considered.
And yes, I was
Perfectly
on
fine.
that one website again. That it was working fine for hours, okay?
A resplendent
Oh,
offering.
thank
Oh
you for
my
the
God.
donation. Thank you so much, Cookie.
Yes, quite. That's remarkable.
Ain't a cookie.
I literally said that they knew that you knew exactly what I was doing, Spirit. I'm trying to split up the cards. I don't want to. I blame. I
Very
blame
difficult.
Moriarty.
Moriarty,
Moriarty
is
is
slandered.
very blamable.
Yes, blame the Moriarty and not the Locket.
Nah, this one wasn't your fault, Locket.
Oh yeah.
Not everything can be your fault, Locket. However,
Just 99% of it.
This was just the
Aw, thank you, Spirit. I
Yeah.
don't want to get too into it, but finances are a little tight right now, and I also haven't been able to get to the store in a little bit. So, yeah, food's a little tight.
oh boy.
Anyways, me!
You're getting a Marten call. In your dream.
Oh, so I shouldn't bring up the purr? Okay.
I mean, you can answer the purr in your mind. You can.
True. I want the purr. The purr is adorable. Look at that precious little noodle. That little fluffy noodle.
Yes. Forfeit all possessions to Marten.
Yes. Love the Marten. Pet the Marten. Hug the Marten. Don't kiss the Marten though, because that is a threat.
They have strange rules like that.
Actually, that is a common thing with a lot of animals. You know, you get your mouth near them. For most of them, that is a bite. They don't understand the concept of a kiss.
Sense?
Depends on if they trust you. Hello there, Novoltama. But anyways, Nim will answer the call.
Hello there, Nim. The MT&D has a letter and a gift for you.
Is Nim aware that he's asleep?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are
As
you
we
real?
were unable to. Yes. Don't worry. The MT&T will always reach you to deliver on time, one way or another.
Oh. So is this all just in my head?
Technically, yes.
Okay. Well, go ahead and deliver it then, I guess.
All right then. First, a letter. My sincerest compliments to Mastering Chef. I'm sorry I could not say this, as I have been told you were under training. That said, the dish was absolutely divine, and
You keep
in
breaking
fact,
out like every
afterwards-
few words.
Yeah.
all right, I'll try this again.
To be fair, you were going for the effect of a message that got messed up during the recording. You did a bang up job at it.
I don't know, maybe I could go for that aesthetic. Maybe I could. My sincerest compliments to Mastering Chef Nim. I'm sorry I could not say this in person, as I was told you were undergoing personal training. That said, the dish was absolutely divine and a fantastic meal in and of itself. In fact, afterwards, I was inspired and had my own success that I felt I owed to you. Please do take this gift. Perhaps it shall ease your rebound following all this training. It certainly helps to in my feel, even that of combat. I'd normally say that it would be good enough, but I was granted a glimpse of your trial. Having seen that wondrous whirl, I can help that this will ease some of the ache. Thanks for the meal, and thanks for the great start to a new venture, Cirrus.
Who?
That's all that's on the letter. And one small parcel of a potion. Would you like this potion applied now or added to your inventory?
What's it do?
It seems to restore your exhaustion.
Now!
Cure your... Okay.
Also, question. How does Nim drink this while sleeping?
The Martens have their way. However, there is a 20% chance that he will breathe this potion.
Oh my god.
Read the potion.
Breathing the potion does not sound like it ends well. Maybe not with
No.
death, but it just sounds awful.
Oh, my cat finally found the Amazon box.
Congratulations. Nim does not breathe the potion.
Yay!
And he wakes up in the bed.
Also, yay.
He's going to, does he feel fully refreshed?
A generous bestowal.
Ooh.
Thank you for the donation, Wostein. Really, guys, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it so much. Oh, it's for Blaming Moriarty. Great.
Ah,
I will
the
have to do
Blaming
this
Moriarty fund.
Oh.
That's a fun we have.
Apparently.
Why?
It is now.
I will start it now. Moriarty, it's all your fault.
Joke.
You're blaming me for you getting money? I'm okay with this.
Oh, no. We're blaming you for the stream breaking earlier.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. And so now we've got to blame the Cray
to
fund.
suck eggs.
Oh god, we've got so many influences here.
Oh
Who's
my
that
gosh.
Oh, interesting influence, Wostein. I will absolutely send that on.
Alright. Oh my god. No, refund that.
Oh, I was gonna keep it.
I cannot implement it.
I do not remember, Cookie. Maybe?
Oh.
Maybe, maybe not.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
I do believe I mentioned this either last week or the week before, but I just want to also make sure it's kind of in everyone's minds, I guess. I do have to leave at a semi-normal time because I have job started.
Perfectly fine.
I remember that.
Just so you're aware.
Yeah, I'll probably
Yeah.
not be able to stay on past midnight normally
Midnight
anymore.
CST is when we end.
Yep.
When is?
Midnight CST.
Right.
Oh, I should say midnight Eastern.
We go to 1 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
I'll probably be getting up before that.
All these party poopers.
I mean, I usually leave around.
Hey,
9
I can
PM
be
Central
here. I
Time.
can be here every week, but now I have to be in bed by like. Well, it depends on like today. I can stay up later, but
My job is morning
definitely
hours.
can't stay up till like
Moderate
5
for
or
that,
6
Cookie.
a.m.
Moderate.
The new job I have is somewhat early morning hours, so I can't really do midnight or 1 a.m.
Makes sense.
What's your new gig, if you don't mind me asking?
Forklift driver for the warehouse.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
I'm forklift certified. You underestimate my power.
Forklift certified.
You're too late, Sonic. I am now forklift certified.
I got to drive one of those once. Oh, that got me written out.
Oh.
Wait, you got
You
written up for
talking like a
driving
warehouse
I wasn't
forklift or like
certified.
a big boy forklift?
It was a little produce forklift that would be used to carry pumpkins, watermelons.
Oh, you mean a hand jack?
No, not a hand jack. No, this is like crates of watermelons and crates of pumpkins.
Okay.
It was also used to remove cardboard from the cardboard baler.
That's a normal forklift.
Yeah.
So, Nim, you're perfectly awake and refreshed.
Don't teach my hamster to suck eggs.
You can't say perfectly like that. It might summon Kerr.
The intent.
I mean, you want to do that.
We want to summon Kerr.
Oh.
Yeah, I need to kill him.
Oh.
Why?
So Nim is going to get up and stretch and yawn. And then run out to get into trouble.
Oh,
The morning routine.
Boy.
No, he's gonna track down the party. How is Silver doing, by the way? He would check on Silver first.
Very sore, very asleep.
He'll leave Silver be.
However, they are still wearing the vest.
Good.
So they're gonna be fine.
Silver will be fine, yay.
Speaking of which, it has been long enough to finish the recovery, as Silver's dexterity is restored to its original value.
Yay!
originally had, like,
He's
20,
back
right?
up to 20.
I don't know if it was 20.
I think it was 20.
Don't you try and pull a fast one on me now, boy. Don't you try.
It's not a fast one. it just has a lot of gas behind it.
Actually, it should be on the cards because I don't think I modified those.
I remember that he had a -4 to that, so.
Yeah, it was
I'll
16
just add-
before.
Yes, it is back to 16. It is back to 16. As Silver has restored everything which was lost.
Yay!
Everything?
All the movement speed, all the stats, everything. It just took a while is all. It just took. But they have
Took
been wearing
them a
the
long
vest
time.
consistently and for a very long time.
And now we need to get Silver his wings.
Yes. Hopefully there's no more surgery accidents. Audience.
Did somebody say surgery accidents?
Yes.
I mean,
love surgery
alternatively,
accidents.
the chat could just give him wings. Just saying.
Theoretically possible. Also, I accept.
That would definitely be a game-breaking cookie. If it
Fair.
does actually get accepted.
Yes, I'm fine with accepting that.
Fairy-sized wings would do literally nothing, Cookie.
But wing-sized fairies might be.
Oh. But consider
Wing size.
any fairy-sized wing. So many that they coat Silver completely and utterly wing. And they do not and they don't flap in rhythm.
That sounds like that sounds like a biblically accurate angel.
Wostein, the Silver and Nim are both from an Arctic climate, so they actually are already very, very fluffy.
So fluffy.
Silver becomes a cotton ball.
He becomes a ball of which to set aflame.
Oh no!
Forklift certified.
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Rusk!
Are you not forklift certified?
No.
Then I have the innate advantage, and you should bow before me.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Go for the eyes, Boo!
Oh, my team.
Go for the
So-
eyes! Rusk!
Okay, so we have just had 2 influences redeemed regarding this.
Oh my god.
Gray gets a forklift.
Alright.
So, Cookie, are you meaning, like, wings that would fit him, or, you know... I believe Moriarty does see the chat, Spirit, yes.
Alright, let me go look at the chat. Warrior in your chat? Yes, hello.
But Cookie, I'm assuming that you mean, appropriately sized wings for Silver, yes? Hopefully? Maybe?
Absolutely not.
Not just,
Nah, he just gets little like ear-sized wings in place of his ears.
He doesn't. I don't really want the wings of a bat, but I guess that. I guess that would work. The influence did say wings of a bat.
Yay, Batwing.
Oh boy.
The bat dog.
Spirit, I would like to also point out that everybody in this game is also in the Discord, so you could PM them on Discord.
Also correct.
Yepers.
Yes.
I mean, I know that I can choose to accept or deny it, because it involves one of my characters. On the one hand, I want wings. On the other hand, I don't really want bat wings. I want fluffy ones. But the influence is for bat wings.
Ho ho ho. So then, bat wings could appear, and then a surgery will be needed to get them off.
More
Okay,
surgery.
Cookie is giving fluffy bat wings. That is acceptable.
He's
now turned into the he now has the fluffy bat wings of the Monster Hunter creature, the Palomalu or whatever it was.
Paolumu.
Yeah, Palumu.
Alright.
Paolumu is a bat, a sheep bat. I think is what he is.
So anyways. And then I suppose Jaffer's influence has made the surgery go perfectly, so...
Well, we'll have to get to that point first, but we'll see.
3 months later.
Ah, no.
It literally took me a year just to get wings on Nim! Over a year!
I know. I like keeping things from you.
Note to self for Sunday game. Make Nim wait 1 year.
I mean, sure, though you don't really have influence over what happens to Nim, Moriarty.
Nim shall wait 1 year in the Sunday game.
Okay, Nim does not exist in the Sunday game.
He shall.
Actually, he
Nim
could,
will exist
technically.
just so he can wait.
I shall pull him through the multiverse, and he shall sit there for 1 hour and then leave.
Sit there for but a singular hour.
He is, in fact, a planeswalker, so...
Moriarty's just gonna join him. I mean, Moriarty is also a planeswalker, technically.
But Moriarty's also in that game, too.
How very interesting.
Yeah. I asked about that for a reason when I joined.
In the ZGF multiverse, Moriarty is not, in fact, a planeswalker.
Strangely enough, not in the multiverse, but in this game he apparently is.
No, he's
what
not
if
officially
Dimension Door?
existing in this game.
It's not officially existing.
Therefore,
So,
he is not officially a planeswalker either.
So those 3 times that Moriarty showed up were just an illusion?
They were just for the lulz. And not actually part of the game.
Damn. You could have fooled me.
No, didn't Nim summon Moriarty not because he was a planeswalker, but because of Nim's power?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I guess there was that. I was thinking about the first time where, you know, Moriarty showed up, but no, that is a very good point. So, yeah.
That is true.
I will state
is-
Moriarty has existed as a joke in this game a few times, but there
Yeah.
have been legitimate times where Moriarty's like, hello, I'm here to contribute. Also, goodbye.
Yeah, those times were
Let's be fair.
summoned by
He's never
Nim.
come. He's never contributed. He's just been like, "Hello, I'm here. I'm
I
here
really
to
like-
be Moriarty."
I really like more. Greetings.
Yes.
I like Moriarty too, that's why I keep him around.
Forever.
Forever.
I am sad in the Friday game I didn't get to play the other character who I keep around as much as I wanted to.
Oh,
Was it
Why
the Friday
not that
game or Saturday game? That is Gunford Chiton. It's just a big dude.
The
That
big
was
and
a
bad.
Friday one.
Yeah, okay, that was Friday. He's a little insane, but but I never really got to get that across in the game, fortunately. Anyways,
Yes. I believe the last thing that had happened is Nim was searching for the party and had marched in on training.
Possibly.
the moment enemy sees Nim enter there, he's gonna stare at the wolf. Nim, is that you?
Oh, hey Nim.
Nim.
He is up. He is back. It's Nim.
Looks like food is already here, so I will be right back.
Okay.
And he's gone again.
There he goes. As fast as he arrived.
That was pretty fast.
hey Element,
Yes.
how would you like a kiss on the cheek?
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind one. Who's saying that?
No one in game.
I don't mind one.
Okay, very good, very good.
I've placed something in the Guild Tails chat in response.
In response.
Crow approval.
that is very good.
Did you know when before crowbars were invented, crows drank at home?
What?
You.
Now, just because I stepped away does not mean I cannot hear you.
You're getting banished to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
There he goes.
You should make a timeout Shadow.
And he's back.
I love it how all I heard was just Moriarty going, "You're getting bent."
He said
You're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Alright.
And so he did. Oh no. He's trying to bite Graham for some reason.
Why is he trying to bite Graham?
We don't know. We don't know what Graham did, but he did something.
Graham hasn't done anything to Nim recently.
Not recently, but that doesn't mean he hasn't atoned for his previous sins.
Precisely.
In that case, then Nim hasn't either. And Graham has far more reasons to be angry at Nim than the other way around.
Engage PvP.
Da-da-da-da. I don't know if I approve of that crow.
Why?
It's because the crow approves of me.
Oof.
You know I had to do it to him.
You know I.
Did it?
And I'm afraid that I must.
God, that is loud.
That is.
All right.
Crow.
You got a different crow now. You got a different
Crow
crow.
judgment. Why do you have those?
Because Cray's in this game. Because Cray's in this.
This is how Crane looks.
Didn't you have those from playing with Dova?
Not crows. Robins.
I miss
True.
playing with Dova. Dova was cool.
Yeah. We need to bring him back into the games.
Played Minecraft with him for a bit. That was pretty fun.
Then we can play the Chocobo song and the Warking. He loved that.
Oh no, there is one particular sound that is reserved specifically for Dova.
Aw. I don't get it.
Wasn't that from the Saturday
From
game?
Portal 2.
Because Dova was a DM and he's a bird.
Yep.
So they're saying he's an evil DM and he needs to be killed.
Oh, I see.
Anyways, no, Nim is not attacking. He just kind of wanders in and is looking at everybody silently.
Damn, are you feeling? Are you, Nick? Should you be off your bed right now? Are you feeling okay?
Would you like some coffee?
No, Markov.
I would love some coffee.
Grandma will also be like, "Why did you try to bite me?"
Let's
He
have
didn't.
coffee together.
Okay.
that moment when Nim and Graham start reenacting Legoshi and Haru.
Is coffee really be healthy to for you to eat after all that happened to you?
I don't think
Probably
you're
not.
supposed to. You're really supposed to drink coffee and not really eat it.
What, do you just not eat coffee grounds?
No.
I ate my coffee in the Keurig cups. Little coffee grounds.
You say you make coffee. First you put in the bean,
Graham
then
would
you put in
probably
the
go
water, then you
visit
swallow.
Elena.
You eat the beans. Okay, but on a serious note, like having chocolate covered coffee beans is pretty good.
Yes.
I make my coffee with Bush's baked beans.
Oh no.
Wait, am I still? Yeah, it wasn't me this time.
You're still here. It was Cray that time.
Ha ha.
Why did
Gray
what-
has been banished from the voice chat the most of, I think, anyone.
He really
We need to keep a
has.
tally. We need to keep a tally on that.
why did he get banished this time? Was there a pun I didn't get?
No, it wasn't a pun. It was just gross.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't get it.
You make coffee with beans, so I make my coffee with Bush's baked beans. Oh, he probably doesn't have.
Oh.
He got it again.
There you go.
And Woe's died in the chat.
I'm glad you're having a good time, Cray.
Of course.
Bye, Gray.
Oh, by the way, Spirit Starpaw sent me a 1956 Clark 8-ton forklift.
Now
What?
I am just imagining, Woestein is circling above the house where we're playing this in, and Cray just suddenly launches through the ceiling into the stratosphere. Wostein's like, "Oh, hi!" and then he falls back down, and then he gets launched back through.
Hi.
Just
Hi.
making the wee.
Woohoo!
It's a me, priority.
So, what's this about coffee? I want some coffee.
We're gonna go
Slaps
drink.
Cray with an enchanted bull tooth on the second launch.
So you become a bull again.
Yeah, and I'm coming down at Mach 10.
Okay.
Beef explosion.
Ground beef.
Sim, do the thing. Do the thing.
Do what thing?
The thing where you put someone in the lake when they say something stupid.
What are you talking about?
Mark
Yeah,
said
what do you-
ground
what-
beef.
What are you talking about, Moriarty?
He said ground beef after I would hit the ground. He made a fucking dumb pun.
Wasn't dumb. Ground beef.
Zim, please. Please, you have a responsibility.
Fine.
You can't. Oh. Oh.
I had a feeling that was going to happen.
I was getting ready to click the disconnect call, but it was.
They have
I
both
think
been
it's
banished.
I also
Magma Tower.
I also had a feeling that was going to happen.
It was frankly obvious.
Okay, but why did Rahu go?
Man.
Hello, Digi.
Well.
Hello.
You can't keep getting away with this.
Don't teach my hamster to suck eggs.
You put everyone in the pits. You've put Moriarty with the owl. You've put him in the stress.
Well, we got influence regarding Moriarty in the stratosphere with Wostein.
Okay.
Why were we all parceled out into different things?
Because Nim's going mad with power. Okay.
You know, I wasn't sure.
I am sending the crowd of disapproval.
Actually, that's the crow of judgment. The crow of disapproval is on your next holo, right?
And yes, Shouter Royal, and yes, the party size is a lot more dynamic today.
Yes, so it is.
Oh, I'm getting sleepy.
Okay, so Nim is in here, and he's kind of looking around. So what's up? What are you guys doing?
We're getting coffee.
I mean, yeah. You said to Marco that you did want coffee.
Also, we did mana training.
So they did. Or at least they've begun to.
As I nonchalantly move my token back.
Bonjour.
Okay, so what kind of mana training?
Oh, we'll be starting with the basics. Detection and repressing. Basically hiding, concealment.
Hiding, concealment?
Hiding
and
concealing.
Mine wasn't too much hiding. Mine was bright as all hell.
It was... Markov's mana seems unusual. I've not quite encountered things like that before. I've not encountered them.
Nim, maybe I'm a planeswalker too.
No, not even Eileen did what yours did.
Oh.
I don't know what yours is.
Well, we could definitely see. Here, let me planeswalk with you.
Oh my god.
If you survive, then you're a planeswalker.
Oh, but I'm not. No, thanks.
Where will he go if he doesn't survive?
I think I'll pass.
Wait, if he survives, what do you mean by that?
Back away.
I thought we established that you can't just planeswalk with someone.
No, yeah, we have. Get away.
Did we find that information out? I don't remember.
No,
I'm pretty sure there's only one planeswalker in all of existence who can actually like planeswalk with someone.
No, any planeswalker can take somebody. It's a matter of whether that person will survive.
No. I meant the party itself. I don't think we're privy to this information. That's why Element is asking about surviving.
Get away.
Well, yeah, anybody can take anybody could try to planeswalk with me.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I can't move my token.
Nim has Locket trapped. Or Markov.
He does.
And Locket.
Dear Lord.
Both of them are trapped. Ready to be planeswalked away.
This has turned quite amusing, I must say.
Get it off me, please.
No. I don't think I will.
Nim, could you get off markup, please?
What if I give you a...
But he thinks he's a planeswalker. I'm just gonna test it.
I was joking! Get away!
Oh, okay.
I mean, don't get away, but...
Listen, Nim, and Markov already went through something traumatic, and that didn't. And that didn't make him play for somewhere else.
Oh, that's right.
I don't. If he was a planeswalker, I think he would have already activated his power by now. By that point.
Markov has already fulfilled his trauma quota.
Exactly.
I like the idea that the trauma quota is nothing but like a coffee punch-out card. 2 more and I get to free coffee.
Buy 1 trauma, get 2 free.
I do not believe that is a good measurement or a good reward system.
Well, it is how.
If I cry in the shower tonight, then I get my free latte tomorrow.
Well,
where do you redeem this?
Starbucks?
I didn't realize they were accepting that as a currency now. Despair.
Are you kidding? Mega corporations feed off that stuff like there's no tomorrow. Of course they're going to get incentives.
But it's not money. It's
not money, but it
but
does help incentivize.
It feeds the CEOs. You know, they're not actually human. They are demons. So while money is great and all, they also need despair to actually, you know, sustain themselves.
You see, the more people who have despair, the more likely they are to buy comfort foods. And if they buy comfort foods, then they're directly giving back into their pockets. In other words, this is just an investment for them.
Brilliant.
Huh.
So, Graham, how you doing? It feels like I haven't seen you in like 5 months.
Sam, are you there?
Yes, hello. Yeah, Graham would be like, yeah, it's felt like it's been longer than it's been.
Yeah, I think you've just kind of been like, you know, in this weird pose with your arms held out straight to either side forever now.
Well, I'm here.
But are you the real one?
Yes.
Only one way to
As
know.
I am not T-posing.
That's what the fake one would say.
Only one way to know.
Yes, but he would say I'm not T-posing while T-posing.
When's my birthday?
Oh.
The real Graham would know.
That's what it tastes like, Graham.
Wait, what does Graham taste like?
Joke.
Graham tastes like Graham.
Graham crackers.
He should smell like Graham first and foremost. Since that is Nim's checking.
Well, yes, but that's a lot less fun than biting. And tasting.
Mm.
and savoring of the rabbit.
All right, Nim, you're about to get cooked.
Yes, I recall the sweat and fear.
Maybe you should have bat wings. I think you've become a vampire.
Nim, the wings vanish off your body. They are on silver. You now have bat wings.
No, he tastes the flesh of them.
Oh, he's a fiend.
I think fiends also have bat wings. Or can have bat wings.
So, what's this basic mana training thing?
It's to let you use some basic control over your mana. It's kind of like how to put this in a way that you'd understand. It's kind of like simmering something over boiling it.
What?
Nim's a cook.
He's trying to use the food analogies.
Yes, and he's doing a very terrible job of it.
Yeah.
It's a similar thing. One is a little bit more controlled than a rolling boil. The effects are smaller, but they still important and have their place.
We're basically learning how either to detect mana in others or conceal our own.
There's other things you can do with it besides that, but that is the beginning. That's the first step of the basics.
Because apparently once you awaken your mana ability, you're very much kind of like a beacon because your mana is now active and detectable, and you don't want that to be the case, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand that. So,
Yeah.
How do we learn it?
Graham points at Parker. He can help you get started. And if you need more help after that, you'll have to wait until some of the other ensemble members are available.
So, is Nim intrigued by the mana training?
Yes, he is. I was trying to move the character up with the arrow keys, but it wasn't working, so.
Right.
You gotta use WASD.
You smell soot from this man.
You don't smell right.
No. I was burned.
Don't worry, though. He survived because the fire that burns within burned brighter than the fire on the outside.
Correct. Admittedly,
That doesn't even make any sense.
I know who this character is.
I have been tempered by the flames. I have been tempered. And if
That makes no sense.
It's mana. Welcome to Ravnica.
Did you try to grab something from the oven without using oven mitts?
How do you understand the concept of oven mitts?
Nobody knows how Nim cooks.
When Nim cooks, he stands on his hind legs and his paws turn into just these really weird hands.
Whoa.
I imagine he doesn't have like anthropaw hands. No, he gets like a pair of like really high definition human skin hands, and that's how he cooks everything.
Hyper realistic.
Yeah, hyper realistic human hands that replace.
Unfortunately, that is incorrect.
I posted in the guild chat. Is it something like that?
Yeah, similar, but I'm imagining that the hands are purely skin instead of also the same color, and I'm imagining that the wrist of the hand does not match up with Nim's wrist, so it looks like it's bigger.
So, Wostein, people are able to watch him cook, but as soon as he stops cooking, or they stop watching, it is all immediately forgotten.
Wait, that's how it works?
Yeah, that's how it works.
I thought we literally
It's more of a blurb, but they cannot remember exactly how.
Okay, fair
But
enough.
for the record, he has a little mouth guard that he brings out, and that's how he grabs things out of the oven.
I thought the world literally censored him whenever he cooked. Not that we get amnesia from it. I guess that makes more sense.
Instead of oven mitts, he has oven mouths.
Oven mouths. Oh, did you muted himself?
No, DG.
Buy our oven mouth. Buy our oven mouth, and you get a kitchen gun absolutely free.
There was once upon a time a kitchen gun, but then it broke.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
It was deliberately broken. It was still.
But then the Fire Nation attacked.
Wait, who broke it?
Oh, I don't
think it was
know.
the
Let's
quantum
check.
ham.
No.
Who's hamming it up?
Let's ponder who broke the
I
kitchen
want to
gun.
say it was Riptide.
Was it Riptide?
Let's not ponder. Let's just keep
No,
moving
it
forward.
was one of Markov's bombs.
Markov threw a bomb at the kitchen gun?
Yeah.
Wacky bomb.
Mm-hmm.
He was dead.
Huh.
This is why the kitchen gun lost funding.
Anyway. So, Nim, are you familiar with your own mana? And no, I did not grab something with the oven. With my entire body. I did not.
Why would anyone grab something from the oven with their entire body? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason I would have been able to sustain such burns from an oven.
Oh.
However, that is also incorrect.
You set the
as
bacon on fire.
No, hold on.
Oh.
He set more than just his bacon on fire.
For the sake of your peace of mind, sure, I set an entire kitchen on that I didn't leave.
He was too proud.
So, back to more important things. You are familiar with the feeling of your own mana, correct?
How many guy's asking about the kitchen gun, by the way.
What about the kitchen gun?
He just says kitchen gun? Question mark. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, there was once upon a time a kitchen gun, but then it was destroyed.
I'm somewhat familiar with it.
In this world, it'd be a kitchen crossbow.
Oh no, it wasn't
No,
actually
it
a
is-
gun.
I mean, guns exist in this world.
It was modeled after the 1911.
It's sparsely.
So then, can you manipulate it?
What do you mean by that?
Alter it in small ways, push it around, make it do what you want it to do.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little lost on what you mean.
Alright. Perhaps I can offer an explanation. Can you visualize your mana?
Can Nim? I don't know if anything that Nim has done so far would be classified as that.
Not particularly.
No.
A lot of things he's done is very instinctual. So
yeah, it's
deliberately doing it is gonna be tall ask.
I don't think I can.
Let's see. Is there anyone here who would explain it better than I can? Alright. Yes?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I see.
What is
All right.
that?
What is what?
Is that deer?
Yeah,
Or maybe cow?
that's deer.
It's deer.
Yep.
Are you sure?
Are you talking about the gift that I posted?
No, he's talking about the burnt whatever this guy is. Or was.
Yeah, beef.
Huh.
Beef.
No.
No? Okay. I'm trying to place it.
It's not very important at the moment.
Oh, well, okay. So, how do I do the thing?
Well, I suppose first you'll have to understand mana a bit more. What
Nim will
is
sit
mana
in front
to
of
you?
him.
Alright.
Mana... I don't know, it's just kind of something I do. I usually talk to the angry version of myself to learn new stuff.
You see.
Though for a while it was a whirlpool that was teaching me. But it turned out it was sucking my soul out.
That's not ideal, no.
The other ensemble members were actually there when we dealt with that. That was quite a trip.
So then, your mana is like another life force inside of you. It exists throughout all of you, your entire being, but it is a separate force. So I guess try to imagine yourself.
I mean, if you want me to summon my other self, I can't do that anymore.
No. That's not what you're doing.
Then what am I doing? I thought I was sitting here listening to Train.
What? Training. Yes, we're doing training.
So that is what I'm doing.
We're practicing, yes. However, it seems that you may need some additional instruction.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm here with you. They said you could train me.
I'll do what I can. I'm not the best at this.
The other people are out. Parker is pretty much the only. Parker and Greta are pretty much the only ones there.
Lean is present, but her explanations could be a bit technical also.
Seriously, what is that?
What?
Is it
your mana
bacon
is
or
oh,
turkey?
it smells like ash.
No,
Huh?
there's something under it. You know, all burnt meat still has a distinct smell to it.
Oh, I think he's trying to figure out what race you are.
He is, yes.
I know, Cray just verbally clarifies that. For him.
Anyway.
Oh, you're not going to tell us?
No, seriously. No. What is it?
I'd prefer not to.
Why? Are you some sort of weird abomination?
At this point.
Take off his helmet.
Chicken? Wait, no. Are you a wolf
He's hiding
too?
something. Everybody, let's get him!
Now what theme should I pull up for this one? As Parker slaughters half of the party.
Do the JoJo.
Kangaroo?
No.
Ferret?
I don't
think it's...
I don't quite have the tail for it.
You have a tail?
Oh, right, the tail. Nim's going around him to look at where the tail is. Or was.
Nim.
What?
Nick, could you stop this? Could you please stop this, please?
Use an escort in the spider mines.
What?
Yeah, he's clearly uncomfortable with what you're doing.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what the fee is. I did not. I said
Nim will sit back down and quietly listen.
Oh, it's doing the downloading 100%.
Have you ever seen Aura?
I don't think so.
Did you guys add a new mod?
Have you ever felt the magical forces inside yourself?
Oh, I felt a lot of those.
Can you visualize it?
I can't bring him out anymore, though. I said that.
No.
One of those magical forces is love.
You be quiet. You be quiet.
Now,
Verifying. I'm just gonna verify integrity. See if
there are 3 forces inside of you: your vitality, your magic, and your mana. Your mana is not dictated by that other self inside of you. That is a representation of it.
Joke. Wait. Angry Nim is a representation of my mana?
Yes.
Then what is mint?
What? Is there more? Is there... Looks over to Cray.
There's also Shenzi in there somewhere, too.
There is more. I'm not entirely certain that it's tied to the mana, though.
What in the world?
Nim just breaks everybody.
Not the point.
Hey, little boy, what do? I destroy planets.
Oh, pretty cool.
Alright, so... Have you ever... Can you distinguish that third force from the other energies? You?
The third one? No, I haven't been able to
raw
find
mana.
Sheni. I haven't been able to
No.
find Shenzi yet.
No, not what I meant. Just the mana. Just all of it.
It doesn't have a name.
Oh! No. I don't think I felt that at all. Or seen
Well,
it.
that's where we're going to have to start practicing. You need to visualize it yourself. You need to imagine yourself, and then imagine the, and then try to feel it. Can you do that?
I can try.
Well, you can try and do the same thing that we do whenever we go into our minds to look at our mana. But instead of going to that place, just try and think of how it looks like. Maybe that could...
Well, every time I go there, I see Anginim.
Yeah, but don't tell me. Try and imagine it.
Okay. And Nim is gonna try and meditate. What do you want for that, Digi? I don't remember.
Give me a wisdom save.
So, would it be faster to uninstall or?
You focus, and you start to nod off. Going back one more time. To that familiar field with Angie Nim.
Is he still Angie?
You get an intense feeling from him, but he doesn't seem to be growling.
Hi. I'm looking for my mana.
He's going to look at you. Is that right?
That's what the guy told me to look for.
You ever considered just going back to Mole Master and not having to do anything with this?
I mean, I have, but
Really not.
What was that?
There's really nothing for you here.
Oh, well, all right. I guess I'll wake up then.
Alrighty then.
I only saw Anginim in there, and he said there's nothing for me there.
Element rubs his chin. That wasn't what I had in mind, but what did he meant by that?
I don't know. Then again, he was telling me that maybe I should go back to Mole Master. Maybe he's talking about this place.
Ah. Well...
It seems that your other self will not be of assistance. Alright. How do I train mana? How did you awaken at all?
If I remember correctly, it was Eileen that helped him the first time.
I see. Nim, what did you... Does this place feel different than other places?
Does it?
It doesn't.
It does not?
But not really. It does.
Oh.
But not very noticeably.
Not that much.
Well, at least you can detect it to some extent. There's another force in Ravnica, Nim. As you know, mana exists in Ravnica. And if I recall correctly, when you were in the middle of your awakening, you needed very specific colors, did you not? Colors that...
Oh yeah,
that
they
you
kept
could
telling me about
feel.
those.
Did you not feel the difference?
Yeah, I felt those when they were releasing them.
Those exist inside you.
So, how do I find them inside me?
Well, first you have to pay attention. You have to try to search them out. They exist. They might just not show themselves until you imagine them. Visualize it.
Okay,
It's like trying to do a spell in your head. Probably.
Element shakes his... Parker, I don't think this is going to work out. I don't think you're able to explain this to him in a way that he can understand.
Damn it. I'm not the right person for this job, am I?
Unfortunately so, at least when it comes to Nim. But I think I know who might be able to help us in this regard.
Who might?
Pluto.
He is not present.
I know. We'd have to wait for him to return, or we have to contact him.
Oh dear. I'm not out of tries just yet.
Well, keep on trying. I won't stop you.
Alright. How do I go about this? Nim, do you know the feeling you got when you were in those fields?
In what fields exactly?
When you were exposed to the colors, that field.
Yeah, I was feeling very sad because I had caused Silver to get hurt.
See. No, not those. When you were exposed to the mana of the different colors.
This week.
Right now I am kind of clueless as to what he's describing myself, which means
The
that
feeling
Nim
Nim
would
had
be.
when, well, I guess that just goes to show Parker is not the teacher that he's trying to be.
Yeah, but if
He
I'm
is so-
confused, Nim is doubly so.
Yes. All right.
Okay, I gotta work tomorrow, so I gotta head out.
Fair enough.
All right.
Y'all have a wonderful night.
Can I mark up?
I will also be getting off soon, but I can stick around a little bit longer.
Tomorrow I'll be able to stick around till midnight, Central Time.
But
Jeez.
tomorrow you're not.
Or not That's what I mean by tired. Next week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Clap, clap, clap.
All right.
Give that boy a clap on the tail.
Crab, 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 crabs, 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 crab, 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 crab.
Crabs.
Also, Wilksec, we kind of prefer to, role play. It's more fun that way.
Crab, please, scare, crab, crab. Frighten, crab, 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 and
Duke.
Ну-ка, Билли. Что, холодно там?
So, yeah, Nim is trying to figure it out.
Все.
Alright. When someone released their mana, the area felt different, didn't it?
Что, холодно там? Освежает горный воздух-то?
Yeah, it definitely did feel different.
Alright. Try to focus on that feeling.
I love that video so much. The little backpack
Just
on the
to
Marten.
the exclusion of everything else. Ah, hold on.
It's already over, but... Yeah, it's a Marten in a car, and he's got a little backpack on. Okay, so I'll focus on that feeling. And Nim is going to try that. Digi?
DG.
Digi, darling.
To.
Unit destroyed. Unit lost. We're being attacked! For the end of the world spell, press Control, Alt, Delete.
Great fun! Right, Boo?
And we have an influence!
Crab, please,
Right,
scare,
over,
crab,
I am
crab,
back. Oh my god.
frighten, crab, 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 and
Fair enough. Fair enough. So I would then say roll an insight check.
Spirit, why are you feeding the stream audio into Phasmophobia? I'm sorry, I had to respond on voice.
Oh my gracious me. I mean, is it working out? Is it working out?
I mean, they're getting hunted now because I screamed we're being attacked.
I see.
I know you're
Not
mute, but
ideal.
why are you putting the stream audio through it? Oh, the tablet picked up okay, fair enough. Okay, back to the game here. What were you saying, Digi? And did you get the influence?
Let me check. As I can't see a way to work it in.
Alright, so what do you want me to roll?
Insight.
Oh. Can I roll an attack? On
You may
Graham?
not. You may not.
Okay.
And what were you worried about? What were you?
Well, I wasn't worried about that. I just wanted to roll an attack.
I see.
Nim is energized.
Yes. No, you get it. All right. Well, interesting target. Not Graham.
Well, Graham is quiet, and so is Moriarty, so I figured I'd make an attack on both of them. And see if that wakes them up.
So no one's really asked me a question or anything.
You have missed the bun.
Clearly, I need to bite Graham harder.
However, while you're so completely entranced by this feeling of mana, and becoming more just generally aware of its presence, permeating throughout your entire body, you feel it move. And move a lot.
It moved?
Yes, your mana is beginning to surge.
He's gonna focus on
Now.
it and push on it.
Oh. That is a very deliberate choice of words, so let's see how this goes. No, I refuse. Doing that again. Fair enough. It's reasonable this time. It's reasonable. Nim? As you push the mana, it goes out, and across the room, 31 crabs are summoned, skittering across the floor, picking and pinching at things. Crabs. Crabs everywhere.
Crab, flee, crab, scare, crab, frighten, crab, and...
Yes.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, Mr. Crab. So yes, crabs.
Nim is yelping in surprise and opening his eyes. Is it supposed to do that?
No. Parker is producing his sword, getting ready to swing. That is definitely
Crab
new.
King?
You. He's just staring at you. That is a unique take on the situation.
That is very much a Nim take on the situation.
Yes, and he doesn't mean to dash your hopes entirely, so he's staying quiet for the time being, like, well, I think that if you apply yourself, you might become the Crab King someday. Is the Crab King a good thing?
I don't think I want to be the Crab King.
I see.
I don't like salt water.
What if you pioneer a new species of crab?
Oh. But then I would become a god.
Crab god.
Is that bad?
I'm just imagining he's sitting here trying to figure out a way to respawn. Meanwhile, crabs are crawling all over him, trying to pinch at him.
Yeah. Parker's swinging. Like, go away, stop. Mashing crabs.
Duke.
Okay, so...
Alright. Well, You have used your mana. Congratulations. I'm pretty sure you've sensed it by yes?
Yeah, I did sense it. And I pushed it. And then that happened.
Right, Planeswalker. Alright. Maybe that'll be enough for today. Maybe. There's probably other things that you want to do today, and I need to confer with Eileen to make
I
some
want to
sort
learn
of...
this.
Well, alright then. Sense your mana one more time. But this time, try to keep it under your skin. Don't let any of it out.
Okay.
Not a bit.
You want another insight check then?
This will be a stealth check. Name the natural. Somehow.
I mean, he is a predator, you know. They gotta stalk their prey.
This isn't too much different. This isn't too much different from just erasing your presence at all. Alright, not bad. You seem to have an aptitude for this. Practicing more of this, and people will be not able to determine if you have mana abilities. Once you get really good at this, you can even hide yourself
Hide himself
in his sleep.
Hmm.
It'll just become subconscious. And that's when you know you're good at it. Lastly, for the initial pair of skills, is detection. It's a bit like doing the reverse, only you want it out of you, but not very far. It's like putting on a second skin. Let the mana out, but not too far. Just all around you, all encompassing, so to say.
Sorry, what is he wanting Nim to do?
Push the mana out in every direction, but only just past the skin, like it's coating him.
Okay. What roll do you want for that?
This one would be a perception check.
Oof.
Ooh.
Community reroll?
Well, if there's no objections.
I do not object.
I don't object either.
I'll accept that one, I guess. We're just getting to the end, so I'm like, why not use them?
Yes. It's more difficult than you initially imagined it to be.
God damn it!
What?
The
stream went
stream.
down.
Oh, yeah, there it goes.
Okay, let's just close this window altogether. I wanted that one still. Fuck.
It's back.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry about that, everybody. I went to go complete the redemption for the community reroll, and apparently just bringing up that one particular window in the taskbar can result in that. Good to know. I just closed it altogether. It is not a stream without multiple technical difficulties. So, anyways, would you mind explaining what happened after that roll again, please?
Yes. This is more difficult than you first imagined it to be because, oh my.
Wostein, thank you so much for that donation. The donation goal has been completed. Seriously, everybody, thank you so very much for your support. I really appreciate it.
Duke.
Thanks, everybody.
Yes.
Okay,
Indeed,
so continue.
Well, your mana, once it's basically being allowed past the skin, wants to fly out. It almost wants to like surge forth again, and you're having a devil of a time keeping it in line. Like, no, not that far, don't stop that. It's like trying to herd puppies. It's like trying to... It really wants to go in any direction. And as much as it pains you, you kind of have to try to leash it a little bit.
Okay. Well, he's gonna do his best to leash it in. You want another roll or?
Yes.
Perception again?
Yep.
There we go.
All right, now you're getting the hang of it. It's settling down, and oh, this is better. You can hear things better now. You can feel things better now. Everything's just a bit crisper and clearer now. You can even see things that didn't really seem all that present before. Well. It took some doing, but as a planeswalker, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you have an aptitude for this.
Oh, is that normal then? For me to have an aptitude for it?
Well, I would assume that as a planeswalker, as the spark, such things would be natural. Granted, I don't have a lot of reference to say this. I guess I just sort of assume that planeswalkers are probably pretty good at using mana.
No, I could probably... I guess I could see that being the case.
Well, generally, until you master it, it's mostly a lot of repetition, trying to sense things, and then trying to stifle it. repeat until you're pretty confident that you could keep doing this even without even focusing on it.
All right. I will work on practicing that then.
Good lad. Then I'm glad we've had this small breakthrough. So, Nim has the beginnings of the basics. Now all that's left is repetition and practice until mastery. So what will he do now?
He will practice. Unless
Alright.
there's something interesting that happens, because he is very eager for
Not-
some action.
Not in the hideout, but there does seem to be something going on outside.
I'm gonna go ahead and it's about that time that I gotta get off to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Good night,
You'll
good
have a
night,
good
Moriarty.
one. Yeah,
Have
thanks
a
for the
good one.
game. Y'all have a good one.
You as well.
Well, Elemi is also going to keep practicing. He's just started with this as well.
So, can we hear what's going on outside?
Not really.
So we have no idea something's going on.
Well, apart from Greta going to answer the door and then slamming the door.
Okay, I think that would probably be audible enough for Nim to go investigate.
Yep.
Curiosity killed the wolf.
Elemi is gonna follow you.
What was that?
Someone at the door. They were not the company I've been wanting.
Ooh.
And in her hand is a brochure. A brochure that says NFT. Told him to fuck off.
What is that?
Apparently something new started that's called nearly free transformations.
Huh? What is that about?
Some new business that started up in Los. A simple escape from the hustle and bustle of a new angle looking life. Looks like a big pet shop that sells animal teeth. That hold on. She's looking at this paper like trying to
Hey, can you let me read it?
yes.
Okay,
She'll hand it over.
Elemi is gonna read the paper.
Nearly free transformation. Come and enjoy a simpler lifestyle for as long as you is.
You're cutting up, TJ.
Our transformation teeth are only a few copper each.
Wait, what was that last thing you said?
Our transformation teeth are only a few copper apiece.
Did you say transformation teeth?
Yep.
Enemy is gonna grit his teeth. Oh no. This is not good.
Teeth are single use, but the transformation lasts until it is released.
Enemy is gonna hand the paper back over to her. Okay, I need to go right. I need to go investigate something right now.
Is this important?
Very.
This sounds like a load of hooey.
Very important.
Alright.
Hold on. Let's take Graham.
If
Eisen, are you there? Eisen. I think he fell asleep.
Probably.
Not surprising. It is a little late, but I am glad that we finally got to this point.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
if it's gonna be available, we can just say that he came with us, because I don't think we're gonna finish this scenario today.
Probably not.
In fact, we should probably like end right now if it's only two of us, unless you really want to go, Sim.
I have literally spent 2 weeks of this game doing nothing.
Okay, let's go then.
Let's go.
Element says, if you wanna come with me, be my guest. Actually,
Okay,
no.
let's go.
Yeah. In fact, I actually do want you to come with me. This is serious.
Then let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Does it say on the brochure where this place is?
Yes. The address is the exact place where you burned the house.
Well, it's only been one day. I doubt the Boros would investigate it by then. But, oh dear Lord. Okay. With Element basically lives in a hurry, but he's going to, on the way there, Element is basically going to explain to him what the heck the context for the situation is. He's basically telling him about his ordeal 2 sessions ago. You remember it, right, Sim?
Was I there? Or was it just a fever dream?
You were there.
Oh, Kingdom Hearts this.
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
At least enough to somewhat be useful.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, Element is telling him about that whole entire thing on the way there.
Okay.
That was your response to my tale? I mean, I'm summarizing it. I'm not gonna.
Your tail is very bushy.
Story. Say story.
Story. That's your response to my story?
Oh, your story. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Interesting?
Huh? Well, if it doesn't phase you, I can't really say anything. I just thought you would have a different reaction than just that. But oh well.
And you were there, and you were there, and you were there.
Wizard of Oz now, eh?
Well, I guess Elaming and Nim are heading back to the location of that cult.
Now, may I make an executive decision?
What is your executive decision?
I am bringing in Wolfstein.
I'd be okay with that.
Alrighty.
Whoa.
Oh, well?
Hello, Wolfstein. Take the stage.
Hey there.
I'm still going to be listening. I'm just going to go grab more water.
Yep. You are very quiet.
Are you there, Borstein?
I do hope I am loud enough.
Not very. It's pretty quiet, all things considered, but we could probably turn you up.
I just cranked you up to 200%, and you're still sounding a little bit quiet. Although that may just be your voice.
Oh dear. One moment while I close the windows then.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Alrighty. Now that speaking a little louder, is this better?
Alright, yeah. Much.
You are audible.
Very audible.
Greetings! Are you perhaps here for my new service I've released in this town?
A puffy owl speaks to you.
Sorry, say that again?
Greetings! Are you perhaps here for the new service I've brought to this town?
Yes.
Excellent. Then I suppose you've received the brochure. Have you any questions?
Yes, I do have. I do have some questions. How did you start this? Mind me asking?
Oh, well, I stumbled upon a wonderful thing here. And, well, I've put enough money into it and plenty of work. But behold, look at this place. It's as though it's new. And it is amazing.
Element Ruff is seeing as he's looking at the house. How is the house looking?
A fine structure, quite seemingly of a pet store, though an out-of-place small stable nearby. In fact, I'm quite proud of the fact that, well, I've made it as comfortable as possible for our patrons. Relatively unassuming for the most part, except for the sign that is slowly going up on it.
Element is going to rough his. I need to ask you something.
Well, ask away. I'm more than happy to explain how this all goes.
So how
After
much
all,
is
the
it?
prices. Well, it's only the price of how much it is to feed, and well, we've gotten it quite cheap. It's a nice, simple place, really.
Perfect. My friend here wants to sign up.
Oh?
Yeah.
Your friend here?
Yeah.
Element blinks.
Well.
Huh?
Yeah, he wants to sign up.
Righty. Well, that'll just be a bit of an agreement here then. How long would you like to stay? Anything preference of the sort? Yeah, we'll head on inside.
Come on, Element.
Element. Element isn't entirely sure how to respond as he's dragged inside.
So, while it is quite simple at this time, the concept is there. This place has plenty to give and plenty of options. Though we're still working on it. These fantastic teeth we found, they just transform folks. It's really amazing. They stay as long as they're in contact. We have them tied on with these lovely little scarves. It is amazing how well it all works, and it is surprisingly cheap to feed everyone. It's so easy. Unfortunately, we are limited to more farmyard varieties at this time, though. So, anything within that range, we can see what we have to offer.
All right. Well, yeah, Element here is going to sign up.
Nim? What are you doing?
Nim's going to pull Element off to the side. Well, it's simple. You see, you got to go undercover, don't ya? I've heard about that.
Element blinks undercover.
Yeah. You gotta go in. They can't know you're a guard. Otherwise they might get suspicious and you won't be able to catch the criminal.
Element rubs his chin. You may actually be onto something with this.
Yeah.
But I am not exactly comfortable with having one of those thieves with me. Don't you remember the story I told you, like 30 minutes ago?
Well, yeah, but he just said that all we have to do is take it off and then you're back to normal.
Well, not immediately, but sure.
All right, so let's get you signed up.
Excuse me, are you two still good over there?
Yeah.
Yes, we're fine.
The Hamlet.
Well, I'm running a special offer at the moment. Perhaps you'd like a test. You or your friend want to volunteer?
Yep, Element here is volunteering.
Sure thing. I'll volunteer. What is this offer about?
So, this place, it is expensive to stay here, yes. It's expensive to get food here. Not everyone gets to enjoy all that, but on top of that, people are always so busy. It's so hard to take the break and just live for a little while. It's always so expensive. Well, what I offer is just that option. Something so that you can cheaply just be at ease. You don't have to worry about anything in particular. In fact, I'm actually thinking of making a little bit of work out of this as well.
Nim is plopping down a platinum piece on the counter or table or whatever.
No.
Oh, what's this for?
Payment.
Oh, yes, but this is quite so much. It's only 5 copper a day. It's not all that much.
Well, then he'll he'll take however many days that gets him.
Nim. Have you done the math? Have you done the math here?
You think Nim can do math?
I know he can do math. That's why I'm asking.
It's okay, Element. You'll have a great time.
I'm still afraid. I'm not sure I can. So, I don't know if I'll be able to live over 200 years, though.
Oh, okay. He plops down another platinum piece.
Are you requesting just one to take with you? I mean, for that amount, I'd be more than happy to let you two walk off with one of these now. I mean, you two clearly can take care of yourselves, so if you wish, have your pick. Any animal you'd like.
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes!
We could test out a few of them. I'd be more than happy to accept this as patronage.
We have influence.
What animals do you even have available? How can you even tell them apart?
Oh boy.
Well, we're still working on sorting them all out, but they're generally sorted by the teeth, and well, we can actually work through with that. You'd be surprised how easy it is after a little bit of just observation. That said, for the most part, it is just simple farm animals. Horses, bulls, cattle, chickens, ducks even. All manner, just ask and we probably have it. In fact, with this new platinum here, if you would like, feel free to just try one on, take it off. I promise you, everything is working as intended.
All right.
Oh,
take it back and get him set up.
Have you any questions or preferences then?
Chicken.
What about the horse?
Oh, chicken. Most certainly, one for each of you.
Wait, chickens don't have teeth.
Oh yes. Amazingly, this might not make all that much sense, but the beaks seem to work well enough.
That's disturbing.
Well, slightly so,
disturbing.
But I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, except to check the teeth.
Okay, then.
I'll be back in a moment. Give me a second. We've been trying to figure out the storage for these.
Nim is just wagging his tail excitedly, looking around.
Elemi is looking down at him. Why are you looking so happy right now?
'Cause it's a new adventure. We get to stop a nefarious plot.
I am a bit skeptical.
Now, don't worry. I'm gonna be right outside watching and keeping an eye on things. If you run into any problems, just give a neigh.
Okay.
And Nim is trotting out of the store.
Returning with a beak and a tooth and 2 scarves. Has your friend wandered off?
He did. He said he needed to look for something. He'll be back though.
Is that right, Jaffer? Well, there's only one other party member available. If that's fine.
Oh, well, I was hoping to go ahead and give you the demonstration to you both. One each. Are you sure? Would you like me to wait until they come back?
No, it's okay. He certainly wouldn't mind that.
Well then, I suppose I will have to return that influence as there are no other applicable members.
I think Jaffer means for Nim to be able to take the other one and give it to somebody else. At least that's the way I understood the influence.
Is that?
Jaffer, please clarify in chat.
Clarification needed.
In the meantime, presenting the horse tooth upon a scarf, and more than happy to apply and, within moments, begin tying it around a horse's neck ever so carefully. rather unexpectedly, it's not an uncomfortable change and a comfortable sense of control. So, we haven't quite worked it out, but you cannot speak like this. That said, quickly nod so that I can make sure you understand me. I'm sure you have, everyone has, but please kindly nod if you can.
Element nods with his horse head.
Fantastic. So, seeing as you've given the platinum, you, by all means, are more than happy to come and go as you please at this rate. I'd be more than happy to give at this one. You both will be helping me immensely with this. I am more than happy to help you as you wish.
You can hold on to that thing for another party member.
Excellent.
Oh boy.
For our demonstration, I will simply take this off, and you will be back to yourself. Promptly proceeding to do so, and reverting just fine.
And there's the influence from Jaffer, making it where it's stuck.
Hey.
Not really, but I was totally expecting him to redeem that.
Jaffer would totally do that.
So not the case.
Yeah.
Now, I like having players at my game, you see.
Hey, Nim manages just fine on all fours.
You're a spellcaster now.
I wouldn't be a paladin horse. I'm just a regular horse.
With some training, we can get that fixed.
Shall bring down misfortune upon you, shenaniganers.
See, Jaffer was thinking it. I was correct.
I had a feeling he was.
Well, so with that demonstration, how did you feel?
Element Ruffy. It fell.
I mean, that's right. You are you again.
Yeah. What were you gonna say?
Do you perhaps feel was it felt natural, as though it had already been for so long, but there was no issues moving, nothing at all?
Yeah, it felt weirdly instant, and I'm not. It didn't feel like I've never felt polymorph like that before.
Well, that's a benefit of the willingness of it. I'm actually surprised that you didn't delay or hold or such. A lot of folks have been much more hesitant about this, but that was rather nice. So, that said, the two of you, I again cannot thank you enough. So, if you have any other requests or you'd like to take some, well, I guess I can't say some, but one at a time with you, by all means, just feel free to come back and let me know. Or perhaps you'd like to stay for a bit.
Well, what kind of stuff did you?
Nim pokes his head in the door. He wants to stay for a little bit.
Perhaps you do too?
Oh no.
Oh,
this is just for him.
Oh, are you certain?
Yeah, unfortunately, I got a job that I have to do.
Understood.
Element's eyes narrow as he looks at him.
By the way, I'm a chef over at the Resdora. You can come by for a meal sometime.
I don't know how I didn't recognize it sooner. I thank you very much, Nim. I kid. You know what? If you'd like, you can even take the platinum back. This is I must thank you immensely for this. This has been amazing. Your food, it is inspirational, and I took up this task.
Nim is just tilting his head to the side, clearly confused as all hell.
Element is gonna tell Nim. Nim, it looks like you have a fan.
Oh dear, did the parcel not make it to you? Here, give me a moment.
You're the one that sent the potion.
Ah, yes.
Ah, thank you.
Wait, potion? What? Potion? What potion?
Yes, this fellow has been working madly at the restaurant for the past few days. It is a small wonder how well they've served. Their food is remarkable. It was absolutely amazing and awe-inspiring. It's the only reason this place went up so quickly.
Well, I'm happy to have helped.
Wait,
but seriously, you should come by again. There's a private room you can use. Here's some more platinum. Take extra good care of Element on his vacation here.
Wait, how did this place went up so quick?
For the record, I have been subtracting the platinum. Nim is giving the guy 10 more platinum.
He really wants Element to stay.
Well, I cannot thank you for this. This generosity, the inspiration was so much enough already. It is amazing. Thank you. In fact, I'll see about going ahead and I can set aside a stable for you, or I can even probably get arrange for buying an entire stable here nearby if you'd like. Or even more pasture, forests. I can get some land with this.
Oh, not to worry. Just come on by the restaurant. I actually might have a couple other friends that might want to stay for a bit.
Excellent. Just let me know. Just tell them to let them know that Nim sent him. I'll be more than happy to oblige any requests of theirs.
Absolutely. Now we should really get Element settled in, shouldn't we?
Element is blinking hard, and he's honestly wondering what the hell Nim is going on with this.
Like Calcer is like leaning out of his pouch.
Oh yeah, Calcero, you too.
Calcero, dematerialize.
There you go, your first two customers.
It's Calcer. One appears.
Oh, my apologies. Did you happen to see the demonstration earlier?
Give him the chicken one.
Are you fine with this, Element, sir?
No, Element gets the horse one.
Oh, okay. For your friend here, more than happy to. And with quick ease, applying the tooth and promptly tying it ever so gently to the now chicken stepping about. In fact, this is actually enough money I can buy more than enough food even. Thank you again.
Happily. Now, just like we planned, Element, you gotta go see this through. You need the vacation. And Nim is very emphatically nodding towards Element and winking an eye.
Element gives a thumbs up.
Yeah, as much as you can.
a hoof up.
Alrighty. Well, I'll go ahead and get this arranged. The pasture is still relatively new, and I've not really gotten anyone else there yet, so you'll have the place to yourself for the moment. And in fact, if I can get these arrangements done sooner, I can even see about getting you any other location you'd like. Any particular preference you might have. Before I apply the horse tooth, of course. I can't understand you there yet.
Not really. Don't have any preference.
Alrighty, then a simple pasture will do. That said, let's see. Alrighty, let me go ahead and get this jotted down. And quickly writing down names and free to come and go as please and time spent. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get you two out the way. We'll be out on the outskirts, but I've already hired a few folks to help. And honestly, with this, I'd be more than happy to hire even more. I plan to make this into something new. Go ahead and follow me. I'll chat a little on the way.
Element, Calcero follow.
Nim is following as well.
Didn't Calcero unappear?
I mean, I tried saying that earlier, but apparently they put the beak on him.
I guess.
So, Nim, do you have any questions as well?
Oh, I just want to make sure that he'll be very well taken care of here.
Oh, most certainly. Honestly, this has just been amazing. This town, it's almost a shame that so many don't have a place here yet. But hopefully this can help change that easily for anyone who wishes. I stumbled upon these amazing teeth, actually, just while trying to help rebuild the structure, trying to figure it out. Poor place had burned to the ground, and, well, it was absolutely lost. But these teeth, they were everywhere. And there was this lovely little area I could get more of them. The fellow there was so... They were intense, but they were very happy to help. It's been grand, and hopefully, well, even those who hunger will have a place here. I could almost even make this a charity place at this rate.
Well, that definitely sounds like a great service for the city, doesn't it, Element?
Say that one more. Say that last thing one more time.
That sounds like a great thing for the city, doesn't it, Element?
Element nods.
In fact, something new I've been considering. All of our folks here, there's plenty that do want to work and all. Just imagine, we've got so much farmland. If we just had folks who could work that instead. I've been working on some contracts to see if that's even an option. Just imagine no one needing to tend to bulls because they can tend to themselves and they want to work. It'll make things run so much smoother and easier. And they can also make some extra money on the side.
Oh, so like if Calceru here lays some eggs, you could sell those eggs.
Perhaps, yes. It's got some interesting potential. We're still working on making sure that everything's safe first, because after all, I don't want to put anyone in harm's way by mistake. So I'm going ahead, and I've had a few volunteers who've been kind enough to help already.
Well, that sounds great.
And courtesy of you two, I'm more than happy to reward them and compensate them extra for this. I'm looking forward to seeing how this proceeds. Have you any further questions, perhaps?
No, I just want to see what's going on back here.
Alrighty, it'll just be a little longer to the pastures then. The pastures have... They were along the cheaper lines, so I was originally planning just to bring in some hay, but with this extra money, I'm more than happy to bring this place a little more lively. Pardon the grass, it is still a little dry and it's still regrowing. It was neglected for a bit, but I'm hoping to turn this place into something of a farmyard paradise. And a fine place to stay, that's the idea. That said, do feel free to let me know. I'll get you some fresh hay, all sorts, and I will be more than happy to provide even additional greens if you'd like. The water, I've made sure to bring that in fresh from springs. It's taken some work, but one of our fellows practicing as a bull has been kind enough to bring it in for me. So this has been working amazingly. Feel free, if you would, to go ahead and just trot about, enjoy the just relaxing, running about, doing whatever you'd like. And if you'd wish to return, just go ahead. One of the stable hands over here, just let them know. Give them a few pats, gesture to your scarf, and they'll happily remove it and let you be on your way.
Oh, no. His boss was very clear that he needs a vacation. And he won't stop working.
Alrighty. You see, I still need to verify this with him. Element, was it? Are you all good with this?
The horse begins shaking his head.
Is that a shake of head? Yes or no?
I think that's a yes.
He's moving it from side to side, not up and down.
As much as you'd like to sell him off, Nim, it ain't happening.
What do you mean sell him off? Nim is paid for all this.
No.
Well, rest assured, Element, you are free to leave whenever you'd like. You stay here as long as you'd like. Though it does sound like you've been worked, so feel free to stay, feel free to go. It is all up to you. Though it sounds like this fellow is borderline ready to just take you on a vacation to faraway lands, so I'll leave that to you two. And with that, happily setting open the gate to the pasture and letting him on in. The both of them if they'd like. Alrighty.
Nim's just gonna watch from outside.
Are you sure you don't want to come in?
Oh, I'm good out here.
Oh, okay.
Element is making horse noises, seeing if Nim can understand him. Can Nim understand horse? I wonder.
I suppose that's up to Digi on whether Element would be speaking. Blah, blah, blah. What is the actual language?
You still got your Marten phone.
Oh yeah, the Marten phone is an option. High fauna. That is a language that all noble animals share.
Ah. Because I know I'm not speaking in common.
Oh, definitely not. So I'm wondering if he's actually speaking horse, or if he might actually be able to speak high fauna. If just horse, then no, Nim can't understand. High fauna is basically, the common for noble animals.
He is a more intelligent horse, so I would imagine it's pretty reasonable to speak that.
Okay.
I'm more than happy with this as well.
Well then. Yes, Nim would be able to understand.
Element is gonna give an angry shout. What the hell are you trying to do to me, Nim?
I'm getting you a vacation so you can go undercover and figure out what's going on here. You were suspicious of these guys.
Yes,
but what? Wait.
Nim is talking in high fauna, for the record.
Basically, animal language.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, are you able to talk with them? Wait, are you understanding them?
Oh yeah. In common.
That is amazing. I've not seen any of this yet, so this is completely new.
He says he's very happy here already.
I Are you sure? That didn't sound all that pleasant. I'm familiar with horses. It was among the harsher tones.
Name if I could shoot if I could shoot a firebolt at you right now, I would.
But why? Back in High Fauna.
You're enjoying this way too much for just trying to put me undercover here.
I just want you to make sure that you thoroughly investigate this.
Okay, but stop acting like you want me to stay here forever.
But we can't let them be suspicious of us.
You're going too far.
What do you mean?
Okay. Let me just go outside and see if any of the other animals have anything bad to say about this dude.
There are a few cows and horses out in the pasture still.
A timely reappearance. The
Though I must
dungeon
ask one more time,
awaits.
are you sure you don't want to go ahead and have a try yourself? It doesn't have to be for the whole day. You could have it even just an hour or two.
So, because I did get this message, I would like to point out that Pinocchio is also for all audiences. And the way Pinocchio did this was far worse.
Yeah, Pinocchio also came out before the year 2000.
Huh?
Hey there, Schmoops. Thanks for that resub.
What about Pinocchio?
Digi was asking if this was supposed to be for all audiences, and it's like, this is just fun.
I'm just making sure. Me.
Is there anything not safe for work in this situation?
I don't know.
Joke.
I don't know. I'm starting to wonder.
The whole thing we're doing here is investigating whether this is all safe. So,
Well, yes, I also know there's an avid audience for exactly.
I don't get it.
Never mind.
I don't get what your concerns are right now, Gigi. Honestly, I don't.
Fair. All right. Maybe it's just me.
I feel like this is a proper opportunity for that those who know meme.
Guess so. I'm glad people are having a laugh, though.
So, are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Well, Element, I'll be more than happy to show you to the stables, and for your little friend here, we can easily go ahead and show him the chicken coops. We've been trying to work on getting those sized areas, because we do want to make the most of the land. Well, I say that, but, well, I mostly want to keep it fair for everyone with the spacing. But that said, here, we'll go ahead and show you to the stables. We've gotten the food all laid out per stall, and the chicken coop is free picking on however much you'd like at this point.
Element is gonna ask him. Can you tell him to let Calcero be with me?
Element would like Calcero to be here.
Oh, by all means, if you two of you would like to stay together, by all means. Would you like me to go ahead and fashion a little bit of a kind of a rope net on their back for them to climb up on, if you'd like, or anything special you'd request? I'm more than happy to accommodate with this.
Element nods. Sure.
Alrighty, I'll go ahead and fashion something for that here. I'll try to have it within an hour or two, but in the meantime, the two of you are absolutely free to roam. Everyone here is just... Everyone has been lovely. It is great and been amazing at this. Thank you ever so much, Nim. I cannot thank you enough. if you've any special requests, I'm more than happy to see what I can do.
Element is gonna look down at Galzero and say, "I am so sorry about this. I couldn't get you to dematerialize before this whole thing began."
He has the most neutral face as the pseudo dragon is a chicken.
Well, you're not gonna respond to me?
This is just an evolved dragon.
I will peck that owl. I will peck him. I will peck him till he is plucked.
Well, let's go and see if there's any shenanigans going on here. Thus far, this guy actually doesn't seem like he's a crazy person like the other person, like the gnome.
And having brought Elemen and Calcero away from Nim, by the way, Elemen, I do stand by my word. If you'd like to leave earlier, feel free to just let me know. I can even go ahead and have it on record that you're here a little longer or however you need to, okay? Just so you know.
Element gives a nod.
All right.
He's gonna say thank you, even though he can't understand him.
That said, each of the stalls have been set up so that we can go ahead and provide feed. This stuff is actually quite nice. You folks here are blessed with good farmland. And, well, this money shall ensure that we get the best even more from here on out. So feel free to go ahead, eat as you wish, eat all that you need, and again, just enjoy yourself here. When night falls, or if there's bad weather, feel free to come back here and take shelter, or stay out there. I've seen many animals weather so much, so just do as you will. My only request, do not harm anyone, okay? I will get you kicked out immediately for that. So that's my only item. Other than that, do have a grand time, and once more, just let one of the stable hands know. Go ahead, tap him on the shoulder, and point at your scarf, the both of you.
Element knees and nods.
Nim, meanwhile, is looking around the grounds himself now that the owl is away and investigating things on his own.
Element and Consider are gonna be walking around the stables and looking for other animals to converse.
Yep.
All fencing is a little disrepair, but everyone is rather willing, so no one's trying to break them down, and it's all being replaced and repaired as needed.
And then Element goes to sleep, and the next morning he wakes up, and it's freaking Jurassic Park level security fencing.
Hire in all the druids. Raise the earth.
Raylel scuttles forward. I've turned myself into a crab. Element, I'm crab Raylel!
Oh, God! Please tell me that's actually happening.
Not even a farm animal! That's not even a...
Joke.
Please tell me that's actually happening.
Alas, I'll leave that up to the special request.
Do you think he wouldn't?
Oh, I know he would.
And wishing to go ahead and check up on Nim. So, what do you think of the place? Nim?
Can you find a Nim?
Oh, he is gone. He's gone.
Ah, fair point. You did say you were wandering off. Well, with that said, I'm probably going to go ahead and make my way out back up to the storefront, back up to the house and storefront then. So, the two of you are free to come back if you wish, or do whatever you will. Have fun.
Nim is looking around the entire compound, I guess? Zoo? Farmland? Whatever?
Well, still a pasture, so got the fixtures of a stable, some supply sheds and whatnot, full of bales of hay being moved in. They're still crude and many of them are in piles, but it's still coming together. Structures are being repaired, patched, and the like, and the grass is currently being worked with to bring some water over to the land, redirecting a little as needed, and all the fun. It is grand, and there are folks just kind of wandering about. Well, animals, of course. Goats, horses, mules, cows, all the manner, sheep even. Though, for a large pasture, it is still rather sparse. There's not as many here just yet.
Nim is just investigating everything. He looks over the farmland, and he even goes back inside the shop, trying to be stealthy about it, to look around and see if there's anything untoward going on.
Well, as the shop is not fitted with a doorbell yet, the owl is probably just busy working on sorting out the teeth still. So I'm sure you'll be able to wander about a little bit. There's not really all that much to the house, really. Something of a kind of pet store vibe to it, with plenty of hutches with the absence of cage doors, and just some general feed lying about. There is an upstairs, but it doesn't really seem to go to much. Perhaps a house?
Nim is investigating the house. The upstairs. The living domicile.
Alas, the upstairs is locked at the moment.
Rank up. Hold the line.
Rygon! Hello there! Thank you very much for that raid. You were doing Koromon. Nice. Did you have a good stream? I'm just looking through my spells to remind myself what I do and don't have. I got Shouter. That would probably get me through the lock. Granted, it would definitely also alert the owl down below, but... Does this require... Ah! Dimension door will work. Well, I'm happy for that, Rygon. Welcome, everybody. I am Rawzim. We do variety gaming here on the channel. Right now, we've got our Guild Tails D&D campaign going on, but we also have several other tabletop games throughout the week. Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted. So make sure you hit that follow button and come on back for some of those. Right now, Wostime, one of our viewers, has been influencing this game and has put in a definitely nefarious farm in full of people that used to be animals, or animals that used to be people. Definitely nefarious.
People that used to be animals.
Truly nefarious. Nothing good of this at the point at all.
Okay, so Dimension Door. Nim is going to cast it. You teleport yourself from your current location to any other spot within range. You arrive at exactly the spot desired. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one you can describe by stating a distance and direction, such as 200 feet straight downward or upward to the northwest at a 45-degree angle 300 feet. So he is going to do 10 feet forward. That should take him to the other side of the door.
Aside from some clutter, The place does resemble that of, well, a house. Bit of living quarters, bedding and the sort, small area for simple, very, very simple meals, nice little stoves and the like, and a small office where lots of papers are currently stacked about, hung up, and otherwise set about. A small safe too, of course, but otherwise it is rather uneventful.
He is going to read the papers.
Most of them seem to be drafts and the sort of all sorts of record keeping and the ever horrible paperwork and bureaucracy. Truly evil things. How much food costs? How long people are staying? No. It's all normal, ordinary stuff.
Okay.
Honestly, it's just decently organized.
Okay. Now, the most important question and the best way to determine if this person is nefarious. Nim is checking out the kitchen.
Of course.
Alas, the kitchen is unremarkable. In fact, it hasn't even been used. Disrespectful to Nim, possibly unfortunately, it still has some of the construction supplies and personal supplies still scattered about. Though nothing too outstanding, some simple supplies. In fact, bordering on somewhat of a wanderer or adventurer. Maybe even a hunter of the sort. A bow sits about, some supplies, and a few different outfits of all different sorts.
Interesting. So this guy gets people to turn themselves into animals and then hunts them.
That said, there's not all that much in here yet. In fact, most of the place seems rather empty for the kitchen. It's bare. There's nothing been brought in yet.
He accepts the kitchen as it is because it looks like it is being built still, so that's okay. However, the hunting gear, that's suspicious.
Very suspicious.
Alright, Digi, is the barn where Element and Calceru is that within 500 feet of Nim?
Probably.
Great. He's dimensioning door to them.
Oh boy.
During the absence, probably wandering up to just check on things. Nothing out of the ordinary, and just wandering back down.
Indeed. Element and Calcero witness Nim appear before them.
Element, is there a name? Did you found something?
Well, I checked out his living quarters up there. He's got a lot of hunting gear, so probably nefarious.
Oh?
He's probably planning to, hunt people that he's turned into animals.
Element taps one of his hooves. You know, that actually makes some sense. And that is actually kind of evil if it's true. Considering that people that die in Poland or that die in their real bodies.
But you at least still have the contract with Pluto, I think. So if you die, then you just come right back, and you'd come back as your normal self. So I kind of think it might be best if you stay to see if he does that.
Calcero, Elemi looks at Calcero. Are you listening to this guy?
Yeah, he's asking us to wait and get murdered because we'll survive to catch the murderer.
Well, it's either you guys or innocent people. We don't have proof that that's what he uses that gear for.
You are correct in that regard.
If you want, we could take it off and you can go arrest him now, but I don't think it would do much because, you know.
No, you're right in that regard. I have no proof.
Just release me, and there will be an unidentified creature that mauled a shop owner in the middle of a magic transforming place, and that's not anyone's problem anymore.
Well, sure, but we still don't know that that's actually what he's planning to do. Yeah, I'm just wondering why he even has that gear if he doesn't plan on hunting people, but we don't know that that's what he plans to do.
I mean, he could be just a hunter into hunting, but that is suspicious considering his entirety. We really can't just arrest him because of that. So we actually do need some proof. As much as your plan is a little bit insane with disregarding my life, it is not a bad one. As much as I hate to say that.
It's okay. I'm sure Silver will be by eventually, and he and I will stake out and be here as backup.
I mean, you guys can also take Calcero with you. He doesn't need to be in chicken form for this plan to work.
Well, no, but I do kind of want more eggs. All my eggs turned into soap.
Calcero is a rooster. He doesn't lay eggs.
Are you sure? He looks like a regular chicken to me, not a rooster.
Calcero is a guy. Did he turn into a chicken?
I mean, Nim did specify chicken.
I mean, when people say chicken, they usually mean the species rather than actually chicken. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Well, Digi, is he a rooster or is he a hen?
I believe this one would be up to Wostein.
Good luck trying to figure out.
I mean, roosters are very easy to tell apart from a hen, so...
That said, for the case of this one, rooster.
Okay, fair enough.
Alright. We'll take Calcero with us.
Element nuts. Alright, Calcero, please don't bite Nim.
I'll do my best. Just make that crab stop scuttling everywhere. It keeps seeing him out of the corner of my eye everywhere I look.
Dude.
Crab? What
Raylel.
crab?
Crab Raylel.
Oh.
I will permit this as one of the experimental alternate forms.
Okay.
What's a crab tooth like?
Probably closer to a mandible, actually, but yes.
Yeah.
By the way,
he's still just as magical as ever.
For those that are new here, those little critters that the videos that keep getting brought up, those are Martens, as the redemption says. They are mustelids, cousins of the ferret, otter, weasel, etc. They are the tree-dwelling cousins of the mustelid family. And That last one in particular was a sable, the variety native to Russia. There's also pine martens, like the one that's nibbling out of the little pachinko thing there on the screen. That they come in a few different varieties native to Western Europe and North America. And yeah.
Pachinko!
Just wanted to get some education out there real quick with the Martens, because we do have quite a few new viewers here, and I appreciate all of you so much for coming by. So anyways, back to the game. So
It's wonderful to have you guys.
So yeah, you're going to stay here as a horse and be the bait, and we'll see what happens.
Element nods.
Oh, you should probably activate the recording thing with your Marten too.
Actually, that's a good idea.
See? I know what I'm doing.
You still seem to be having way too much fun with in my predicament, though.
What do you mean? As his tail has not stopped wagging this entire time.
Element looks at his wagging tail and just says, "I don't know. I just have this inkling feeling in my gut."
I think most people call that indigestion. Anyways, I'm off now. And Nim picks up Calceru by the back of the scarf and starts carrying him away. This is going to be so much fun to explain to the rest of the group when they come back next week.
Digi, are you there?
Digi?
You're the one that has to talk for Calceru.
Digi. Mr. DM. I guess
no,
we lost
Digi.
him?
Oh no, Digi is dead. He
Digi's
muted himself.
communications. Stand by.
Digi's dead!
He muted himself, so he probably got somebody speaking with him or something.
Well, it's okay. This just means that we get to level up.
Plot twist. Leveling up as horse locks 4. No.
Well, I mean, if Digi's not gonna come back, I guess we're gonna have to end. Can't exactly continue the game without the DM.
Yeah.
Especially without anything too outstanding.
Yeah, we don't really have a whole lot left to do here. Especially because I kind of want to see everybody's reaction to this instead of playing through all of it.
You talk as this is only going to exist for one session.
I'm sure the shop will exist past one session. I made it like, this whole investigation right here. Though, I suppose we could go ahead and end at this point.
Yeah, if DD is gone, we probably have no choice, and it is getting pretty late.
We are technically past our time for ending.
Yeah.
Congratulations!
Everything okay, eh?
Oh, yes. Just, yeah, it's totally fine. Just the owl trying to step out the minefield of teeth that have scattered on it.
Oh, no.
You're like, congratulations, and thud! Well, I guess we're all unconscious now.
No. Element's fine, enjoying a pasture. Calthero, or I am horrible with names, is in planning revenge at this rate.
More than probably.
And Nim is more than enthused with the events.
Oh yeah, Nim seems to be very happy about this.
Hilarious that they've not joined yet.
Oh, Nim doesn't want it for himself at all. He is he is a very proud wolf.
Fair. But at the very least, from what you've seen, the pasture's working to a better order. Fencing is being repaired and restored. Everything's looking much nicer and better. Things are being brought in. And so far, there's no obvious signs of any distress or any of the sort with any of the animals.
Oh, hey, Gaffer.
I asked him to join because he's going to be doing Stellaris with me in a moment.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Hope you to have fun. Honestly, I like Stellaris. If I didn't have to head to bed for work tomorrow, I would consider joining.
Excellent. Continue my work. Bring all into an equal sharing. Give all the opportunity to establish, build up, or simply relax.
You know, I am actually looking forward to what this is going to develop to in next week. I hope you're able to come back, Wolstein.
I am hoping so as well.
Had to update the credits because it's only fair that we include Wostein as a guest star.
Indeed.
All right, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us so far on the stream today. That was Guild Tails Dungeons and Dragons. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you so much for that. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the streams around, as well as grabbing some merchandise over at zgfgaming.store. Or you can also grab some well, actually, I shouldn't promote that right now because I'm in the middle of swapping things around with stream loots. So hold off for the rest of the night because I'll be doing that after the stream because it broke the stream earlier. Anyways, that is an option for other times. But yeah, thank you again so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Later, everybody. Have a good time.
Do take care and have a grand one.